Дорогие друзья, здравствуйте. Ну что ж, финальный
Dear friends, good morning. Now we are starting the Digital Summit 2022. So it's the Gaidar Forum traditionally, and today the whole country is voting for the best solutions for the business and public administration. Me, Larissa Kadasheva, it's RENEPA program director, and my favorite co-moderator, Konstantin Parshin, in the executive director, the Skolko Information Cluster. Thank you very much for invitation, Larissa. So everybody's excited and nervous, and the teams are, and I'm sure that the regions are excited because we have 23 regions in the finals, and the jury members belong to different regions. So our digital summit is everywhere, not all over Russia, maybe not only Urals or Caucasus or Moscow. Moscow was leading in the bids, and Tatarstan almost close. They are great, not yet winners, but very good. So we will learn the first winners in the middle of today. But let's start with nice things like congratulations. And we had an address of Vice Premier Dmitry Chernyshenko to the finalists. Dear friends, I'm happy to welcome the finalists of the National Award Digital Summit. The President has identified one of the 5 priorities, and the strategy was adopted accordingly in the social sphere, and we launched new federal digital projects in 5 strategic initiatives approved by Michael Mishustin. And in this framework, we are implementing convenience services for citizens and businesses, connecting internet to remote regions to provide technological sovereignty of our country. But the main goal is not only to develop, but to create conditions for mass implementation and utilization of digital products, both in SME and industrial production and social sphere. Your award, which is Digital Summit, is an important institution which also helps us to achieve the goal. And we have here IT developers and customers. And this year we had a record big number of bids, almost 800. And 64 became finalists. Moscow traditionally was the leader. Tatarstan is number 2. And number 3 is Sverdlovsk region and St. Petersburg. 80% of the projects were submitted by regional teams. That's very much in demand in communal services, in healthcare. So the jury members have a very difficult choice to make, but I'm sure they will identify objectively the best. I wish all the finalists success in their pitching and in the contest and in life. So take care and be safe and sound. Thank you very much. Digitalization is developing. If previously Moscow, Tatarstan, and St. Petersburg were talking about their solutions and the regions were replicating, now the regions are ready to provide submit their own solutions. And Larissa, I of course represent the Skolko Fund, and of course representing all other regions, and we have a very good indicator. We are looking at the number of bids and companies which we receive in our institute, and the percentage of regional applications motivates us very much, and we can see that this wave goes down to the regions, and more than a half of the applications come down from the regions. So that's why our participants belong to all regions of Russia, and that's great dynamics. And we hope that this year we are going to launch our new startup tour, and we will see more applications from the regions. I'm sure it's going to be more than a half. So the digitalization and what happens in the country and the world. We are going to talk to our partners. We have Elena Valatovskaya, Apora Russia, member of the Presidium, Vice President of Softline Investments. Elena, good morning. Good morning, Elena. And Boris Glaskov, Vice President, Strategic Initiatives of Power Rostelecom. Good morning. Good morning. So, Elena, what are the trends? What do you pay attention to as investor and as the head of the committee, investment committee in Apora Russia? Well, I would like to talk about SME business today, because first of all, I am, as you said, the head of IT committee in Apora of Russia. And on the other hand, we several years ago initiated with you and also created together this digital summit Apora, which is in the framework of a digital summit aimed at looking for the best solutions from SME, small and medium business, and big projects of digitalization. And look, what we can see now is for the second year running, this nomination is one of the biggest. And the projects come from different regions, and during the couple of years, there were 174 projects submitted from 48 regions. Interestingly, we observed that the projects are submitted not only in our nomination, but also smaller and medium companies do it in other nominations: healthcare, best solutions in public administration, and education. I also would like to mention here that irrespective of who becomes finalists or winners, today we would like to say that in the framework of our nomination, we are ready and we are going to work with all the projects in different areas. First of all, we have sufficient number of instruments for that. Which is our IT Works Club we are doing together with you, Boris, and which is International Business Lab with international investors and entrepreneurs. We also have an accelerator we are doing together with Apora Russia in our Softline company and our venture fund, Softline Venture Partners, which is actively supporting IT startups, providing not only funding for them, but smart money. Yes, Elena, a very important thing that there's a small business, a digital business, and it is important to look at this side as how SME business can participate in big digitalization projects. But also interesting is to talk about what happens with non-digital small business, because it is also involved in digitalization, and there are so many solutions to help non-digital business, which is becoming digital. Right? Yes, exactly. I think that that can be a very vivid example of what Russian Fund of Information Technologies doing, and me as the head of IT committee in Upper Russia, that makes me happy indeed. 6 months ago, we initiated a program. We launched it just mid-November. The program to subsidize half of the cost of software for the Russian software for small and medium businesses. Well, actually, today, any company, SME company, can buy Russian software, which is in the register with 50% of discount. That's a very good decision and very good thing. And if we look at what's been done in 6 weeks, that means that proves that it's quite in demand. And today, about 106,000 of licenses were bought up to 286 million rubles totally. Looking at the at the segments in most demands, it's mostly it's the CRM, it's document flow, technical support, finance management. We have a nomination, the best IT solutions for small businesses. Maybe our today's finalists will join the program. I know that you have a question to Boris. Boris, good morning. Rostelecom is a giant of digitalization. We have it in every home, is somewhere where we even don't see it. And I would like to address you for technological insights from you. What do you know? What is in store for us as a result of last year and this year from the point of view of points of growth? And how can you distinguish a hype from a real trend? Because you do great research in digitalization, which practically covers all areas of modern digital technologies. Please tell us in those nominations, how do you see the main trends for all of us from the point of view of technologies? Thank you very much, Konstantin. And thank you for your question. I will try to answer it, but first of all, it's my first time in such event, and our boss, Mr. Osievsky, asked me to, and I looked at all those laureates and finalists, and I tried to analyze to find the sphere of our life not represented in digitalization. Well, everything was there. It's healthcare, it's education. Well, it's very well structured award and prize, and we can see that we indeed are doing it, and and I'm sure because it's not just because of those stories, but I've been participating for a long time, and I was involved in about 10 of such projects, but I've never seen so many different projects, and it makes me happy. But answering Konstantin's question, indeed, in Rostelecom we are doing a lot of different things, and in strategic planning framework we're always looking at the horizons of 2 to 3 to 5 years digitalization-wise. And in Russia and elsewhere, and I will tell you some complicated things, but in the recent 2 to 3 years, to a large extent, the frontiers in Russia and the world differs very much. It's not good or bad, it's just the reality, because Russia has started the new generation of infrastructure with 5G, and everybody knows 5G, Wi-Fi 6, and already the approach is very different to technology. So the developed countries and technologically developed countries are currently using 5G, and we are also doing it, and they are now using hybrid approaches. Well, Russia, infrastructure-wise and modernization-wise, is lagging behind because we have regulatory difficulties and issues in 5G. We are now trying to implement it quickly, but as for Wi-Fi 6 and cloud technology, we are sort of behind a little bit. So that was about infrastructure, and as I said, we differ a little bit from the world. We are lagging behind, which is not very good, but we are looking at some applied projects, which is very valuable for the consumers. And we can say here that the growth points, unfortunately, or maybe happily for someone, in the recent couple of years, and for the coming 5 to 10 years, will be cybersecurity. Everybody is talking about that. But that's not even a hype, that's a reality, because we live in the world which is full of cyber threats, so the significance of them sometimes is even higher than other threats, and in this respect, cyber threats and cyber security. So that's the main trend in the market, growing every year, and the cyber attacks growing in number. We are dealing with it prominently, and you know that we are the leaders in providing cyber securities in Russia, and we can see dramatic growth year on year of cyber attacks. Well, useful to say to the participants who are listening to us, the trend of cyber security, I think that's the growth point, of course. The second thing is more pleasant. I think it's cyber sports, gaming, and whatever's related to entertaining trends. So very different things here, but it's actively developing. That's a growth point too, and which makes us happy. The coverage is huge. A lot of big audience. Many people are using those billing services, and more people and spectators or cyber sportsmen are using it. So that's, I think, the main trends. Without going into details, from the point of view of infrastructure, we are lagging behind a little bit. We are starting to lag behind, but from the point of view of end services and massively developing, providing cybersecurity in critical infrastructure facilities, which is very important, and cyber sports, and cloud technology. So those are the main growth points. That's the top three. It's holistically, that's top three. Thank you very much. A very good deep dive. Rostelecom is saying that cybersecurity is the main thing. I'm sure that with such players as Rostelecom and other major, which is a major company in cyber security, I think we can be calm, and because they know what they're doing, they know what to do. So, Boris, I still would like to talk about the following. So traditionally, we talking about the business. Digital also is a business. We split it into segments: small, medium, and big business. But the world is changing, and de facto now we are in the ecosystem economy. And Rostelecom, of course, is not apart from it. You are involved in those trends. You can see them, and such companies as Rostelecom going into healthcare, education areas, and others, seemingly not very characteristic of classical Rostelecom or telecommunication business. So what do you think about this trend towards, on the one hand, ecosystem economy, and how would you view the changes and of those connections between small and big businesses? Possibly those ties would change, or maybe there are, and we will have to invent some new terms. And you mentioned one interesting thing, gaming, because we are all going into meta universe. It's viewing economy and how much time we spend. Please, a couple of comments from you as to how you view the development of such phenomenon as ecosystem economy and viewing economy. Well, if you want to talk about that, well, very briefly, if possible. Look, as for the ecosystem, platforms, and small SME businesses, because that's very important indeed. Unlike the total entrepreneurship, well, SME is a different category, and we know that we have a well, what's the peculiarity? Very fragile structures. They don't have leeway of well, they don't have enough capital, and if something happens, an audit or something, well, they don't have money, and well, very fragile, very subtle. of survival limits. So whatever the digitalization can do for SME, well, first of all, it's risk management. Cyber security is one of the main. And number two is cost cutting. Why platform and why ecosystem? Well, because they, first of all, I think that for 3 to 5 years, the majority of SME businesses in real sector of economy will become part of, will join those approaches, digital approaches. First of all, local, because the state will not allow them otherwise. And, well, they will, their goal, I think, their future is to join in. Why so? Because the access to customers through the platform, of course, will be much, much higher. Well, it will be improved, and the platform will provide them with those instruments to make them more resistant to all those risks. So it's related to fintech or finances or some beneficial system, and there are a lot of other instruments and approaches to attract clients and physical clients and other SME businesses providing services. So our SME businesses, which is developing in the country with digital agenda, I think they'd better join in the platform. As for the economy of it, attention economy, viewing economy, I can say that it will be developing until the state is not involved in the process to regulate them. I can see that the trends are out there. In China, a year ago, last year, the state introduced some limitations for the amount of time children spend in internet. Well, the economic system cannot cope without it, because the more time they spend in internet, the more money they earn in gaming, and but the goal of development of a citizen is more important, and the business will not do it on its own because their goal is to earn. So this economy of viewing will be developing endlessly, but the governments of countries cannot afford letting it go. And I think that this trend also will come to our country, and I think in the coming 5 years the limitations and restrictions will be implemented. Okay, let's well, I think that for many parents, for me, also for me personally, I think that's quite an issue. Thank you very much, Boris, for a very important comment. And what you've articulated, I think, is a very important thought that we, in the framework of our contest, is promoting. And as was said, the development of modern SME business is to digitalize. So they have to go in this direction, to join in through these platforms. And what Mr. Chernyshenko was saying, that's one of the main drivers of the economy of growth, of the products we will have to all feel in. Well, and Lena was talking about that. That's just another opportunity for SME IT business to join in into big projects and survive and scale. A question, 1 minute, 1 minute left in this block. Lena, question for you. A recommendation, please support the finalists. I know that they're nervous. What is the most important thing? I think that, first of all, is that they are already finalists, and that's a very important thing. That and now they are going to submit their projects. to do their pitchings for the jury members. And I would like to wish them not to be nervous and let it go, because their projects already are the best, because they are the finalists of such an award. And moreover, no one knows their projects better than they are, and they know how to solve the questions they are dealing with. Thank you very much. Okay, we had Boris Glaskov, Vice President, Strategic Initiatives, Power Rostelecom, and Elena Vladovskaya, member of the Presidium of Opora Russia and IT Committee Director. Softline Investments Committee. So we are going to have a technical 10-minute breaks, and in 10 minutes we will start the most important thing, the pitches of the finalists of Digital Summit. We are going to be here to support you for the whole day, and we are expecting the minister to join in. Maksud Shadayev is going to join in.
My colleagues and I will be moderating the presentations of the finalists, but now we have some time to drink a cup of coffee. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, мы
So,
начинаем
dear friends, we will start the presentations of the finalists in the first nomination, the best state service. Usually, I read the names and titles of the jury members who judge nominations, but since we're pressed of time, I will not be doing this. We have 29 jury members, almost from across the whole country, Minister of Digitalization and vice governors. So this nomination is probably of the most interest among managers from across the country, and we will have Euro Protocol online app, MOS ID, information system for state and municipal payments of the Republic of Tatarstan, computer translator into Russian Sign Language, and super service digital executive proceedings. So let's start.
ОСАГО, мобильное приложение для оформления
Mobile app
Европротокола
to formalize Euro Protocol online. So please tell us about your project. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Alexey Chuvashov. I'm director of 65 Hertz company. We are offering OSAGO Assistant app. 120,000 accidents are formalized annually in Russia, and when filling in your protocols, you might face problems. You can make a mistake when filling in, and sometimes the data from the other participant to the other party is fake, and this might be a reason to cancel the insurance payments. Insurance companies also face problems, including frauds, and the solution is a mobile app that can check the data online and can help you avoid mistakes and reduce the number of frauds. And this app is the first state super service. In 2017, the decision was made to create such an app under the auspices of the Central Bank and the Ministry of Digitalization. The National Program for Digital Economy was also a supporting partner, and we became the contractor for developing the app. This mobile app allows drivers to formalize their Euro protocols in case of an accident. They fill in the form and fill in the date on their insurance policy, and all the checks are done through the app. Then the photos are made of the accident, and the imaging is done through the app directly, not adding photos from the gallery. Also, the geolocation is added into the application, and this reduces fraud cases. The photos are sent to special database, and the number of registration for the accident is offered to the parties, and they can go for their insurance remedies. And also the amount of frauds is reduced, and the amount of the insurance payment is secured. So this project is very large scale. It can help all drivers of Russia, about 50 million people across the country. We offer new modules to show all the details of the accident in the app. Also, Euro protocols can be formalized through mobile apps, through specific SDK. So the Russian Union of Auto Insurers, under the auspices of the government and the Bank of Russia, are parties to the project. And we, 65 apps, we are in charge of the mobile app as a contractor. Lanit is working on the project on the side of the union. So, colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions will follow. I will articulate them later. Now I'm giving the floor to single city identifier MOS ID. The floor is yours, please. No sound from the speaker. Colleagues, hello. Denis Zhikharev, IT department of the city of Moscow. Moscow is one of the most technologically advanced and smart cities of the world. Various systems and services, resolving various life situations and making it digital, offers users a very easy access to state infrastructure, to city infrastructure. MOS ID is an ID for all services of the city. You just log in and input your password once, and you are in. And this this is a generally applied standard to approach to access web resources of such level. MOS ID is used by more than 1 million users daily. More than 100 systems are available, and managing your profile gives you very easy mechanisms of access and protection of your ID. Most ID users are various categories of people, starting with school kids down to pensioners. And most ID gives access to various city services, education, healthcare, utilities, and so on. The interface of the system is adapted for people with disabilities, and this makes our platform inclusive one. To have your account, you need to have a Russian mobile phone, and this means MOS ID will be available for all citizens of our country. You can create your account without a lengthy procedure, and this approach is done through Sberbank ID and other approaches. MOS ID is the single service of logging in and registration for legal entities through electronic signature and login and password. QR code authorization is a new method of access. Without logging in, you can get access, faster access and authorization of a user. The approach towards development of our services allows us to tackle very non-standard cases. For school kids and their parents, we offer a project for obtaining a children's account and electronic school certificates and accounts for children that are set up based on the data from the Moscow system with login and password, and it can be restored if anything, through parents' accounts. And the feedback from parents is very positive. Another case, simplifying lives of people, is proving your account. Previously, it was only possible if you visit a state services office. Now it can be done online. Proving your account is important for some state services, but the process of proving your account is also available on state services website or bank's website. If you've already visited the state services offices and you have proved account in SberID or state services systems, you can prove your account in MOS ID online. Any organization can become part of MOS ID. Specialists of MOS ID support our partners directly, helping them tackle any questions, supporting their integration process before they have the button of MOS ID on their websites. MGTS, Avto.ru, Yandex, real estate, and personal accounts of Moscow universities are part of the project now. Security of data, another important advantage of MOS ID. We offer multi-vendor system of protection, which is responding to fraudsters' actions and basing on behavior analysis. We offer effective solutions on the level of the app, checking the words. All the checks are made at the logging in and go smoothly. And also the methods of additional protection of account are available: two-factor authentication or mobile device authentication. Through such projects as MOS ID, Moscow is one of the leading megapolises focusing on comfort and convenience of the citizens. Moscow is contributing a lot into development of the Russian IT sector in general. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention, colleagues. Moscow, thank you very much. If we have questions to you, I will articulate them. I hope we'll have enough time to ask questions to teams. And now we will go to Tatarstan, information system of state and municipal payments for the Republic of Tatarstan. That's the project that will be presented right now. Good morning. My name is Timur Ushakov. I am speaking about information system for municipal payments of the Republic of Tatarstan. Our system allows us to to make the invoices for state services and reconcile them with the payments. For instance, if you have a payment for kindergarten and you make the payment, all systems will be informed on your payment. First of all, about the prerequisites of creation of the project. In 2013, for to be in line with federal law, the need was to create a system that can integrate effectively with the state municipal payment system. The local authorities, federal and municipal government offices of the Republic of Tatarstan were parties to the project. So the main advantages of our solution, the system allows you, instead of meeting the 210 law requirements, can offer analytical recording and accounting for specific government offices. The system can avoid incorrect information, and this reduces the number of unclear payments and improve the efficiency of budget accumulation, payments accumulation. So the system offers you to create documents on payments and sending information into the state information system. The web services offer various government offices to download data on creating documents into our project. Analytical reports are embedded, and they can show the accumulation of proceeds in the region. So this system is having more than 2,500 active users, more than 4.6 million payments, and more than 300,000 payments were accrued. Results of implementation of the system is implementation of electronic document workflow for proceeds of regions, control of payments, and sending information into the general system is now more efficient. And now we can avoid incorrect data. We can use templates offered by the system. Analytical record of proceeds and the reports on payments can be effectively utilized. I would like to also mention the stack of used technologies. PHP is the language of development, Apache is the web service, and Postgres is the database. The system can be easily installed for Linux and Windows servers, and users' workplaces, the requirements are the same. Any operation system that can support the most widely used browsers. A couple of words about the advantages of our system comparing against analogs. We have mechanism to prevent incorrect information. Logical control is in place. Reduction of risks of fines for participants emerging due to incorrect or not timely submission of information. Also, departments can tackle their tasks through adding additional information on payments. And so since this is a web solution, it is just enough to have automated workplace switched with access to internet is the only requirement to use the system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, jury members. Your questions are coming. And no questions yet, but if any, I will ask questions to our participants. At the end of the session, we'll have a 10-minute for Q&A. Now, computer translator into Russian Sign Language project. The floor is yours, please. No sound from the speaker. We are Adaptis. Our project is creating technologies for people with hearing impairment, hearing disabilities. So our mission is access to information for everyone. We're resident of Skolkovo and partners of Novosibirsk State Technical University. More than 70 million deaf people are living on this planet now, and they speak more than 150 sign languages. The main term I wanted to articulate now is that Russian Sign Language is a separate language, and apart from scientific research, across the world within the framework of accessible environment, it is proved that the information should also be translated into Russian Sign Language. Per one interpreter of Russian Sign Language, we have more than 500 deaf people here in Russia. Just imagine that. And that's why a lot of problems emerge: access to education, deficit of interpreters, lack of content in sign language. And the main question I'm asked after all conferences is, can you just write a message to a deaf person? It is possible, yes, but it's like your language skills is on the 5th grade level. It's not enough. So we have a service where you can call an interpreter, and automated translation is also available, but the interpreter cannot be available 24/7 and work all the time. But as I already mentioned, we have 500 deaf people per one interpreter. Our main technology is a computer 3D interpreter. He can interpret a workshop, a training, a movie, or just a piece of subtitles. It can be integrated into an app or a website. Our technology is a cloud technology. The avatar, the animation is generated on the server, and the interpretation is done through machine learning of neural networks that are located on a large data set. We're integrated into various services in the Moscow parks and museums and universities. We are now at the MVP stage, and we are improving quality constantly. Our avatar can be a boy or a girl. If we're speaking about children, it can also be a movie character. And together with Novosibirsk State Technical University, we are working on recognizing signs through videos. We are launching pilot testing platforms now, and you can contact us and we can integrate our service into your platform. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And now the super service, which is called digital court proceedings. The floor is yours, please. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'll start the presentation. A couple of words about us. Redsoft, we are developers of software with open source code. We've developed more than 40 projects of software for the Ministry of Defense and the General Prosecutor's Office and regional executive power offices and banks. We are members of Russoft and Russian Soft associations. We are residents of Innovation Center Skolkovo, and we are also quoted on the Moscow Stock Exchange. So our project started in 2009 and is successfully developing for over 10 years now. The system is quite large scale, around 2,000 territorial offices working with court proceedings, with proceedings in execution. So the documents processed by the system, the amount of them is around 10 billion. This is a large amount. Around 50,000 people is working in the system. Within the framework of digital transformation, a number of problems was highlighted. First, offering information on starting of enforcement proceeding and control over proceedings, and number 3, large portion of paper workflow, since all procedure solutions are formalized on paper, and number 4 is timeline for enforcement proceedings. In our country, around 95% of people do not know about enforcement proceedings started against them, because just 80% of notifications are sent through post service, because there is deficit of budget around 12 billion rubles that cannot be covered yet. And this means a large amount of paper document workflow. In order to tackle all these problems, a concept was developed for super service for digital enforcement proceeding that allowed to understand who owes how much and get the results from proceedings and get information about how the enforcement proceeding goes, pay the fines in a convenient manner, and get rid of paper document workflow. As of now, in fact, more than 5 million citizens. Now you do not have to go to enforcement bodies' offices, because the super service for digital enforcement proceedings can tackle all these tasks. People can work through online and send letters, requests, and receive documents as a reply. And this goes very smoothly and quickly. And this also reduces the load on the relevant government offices. This is done through architecture based on Russian software, our base product, RED platform and RED database, and also various open source solutions were utilized. Patch Ignite and Kafka Control offers us very resilient solutions that allow us to tackle the cases that emerge now in the enforcement bodies. So the result is getting information effectively on your enforcement proceeding. Any individual or legal entity can, within the framework of not more than 3 seconds, get all the information on the materials of their enforcement proceeding, documents and calculations and actions that were done by the executors. So the service for enforcement proceedings was awarded as the fastest service, state service, by the Ministry of Digitalization, because our response time is 3 seconds. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, colleagues. We have 8 minutes for a Q&A session. So please be brief. A question to the sign language interpreter project. What is the latency? What is the response time of your interpreter, and what is the amount of mistakes at online events? Now we are offering technical preview of our interpreter, and in automated regime we can work only if the content is subtitled. If it is a movie, it should go with subtitles, or we can prepare them. In online, this function is only available starting June, and now we are just preparing content and watching the content.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you. A question to Timur Ushakov. Why did you select this particular technological stack for your solution?
Timur.
Timur? I will give the floor to my colleague Iskander, who is technical representative. Hello, colleagues. This stack was selected because when creating the information system, this stack was relevant. And knowing that the system works for 9 years already in a very stable manner, I think this stack has proved to be very reliable. Okay, thank you very much. 2 questions to Denis Zhikharev from DIT Moscow. What are the main advantages of implementing your project, and what are the main challenges you faced when implementing your project? Denis, please. Hello. Hello again. So the main advantages are we have a lot of active users, and logging into our system is free of charge. And it is very, very easy to log in. Everyone who joins us make it in a very quick manner because we've covered much ground, and we are focusing and base our documents and our service on we are focusing on helping our colleagues.
So that's number one. The second question is, what's the main complexity that you faced in your project? Well, the main difficulty, I think rather because there are so many systems in our city which provide different services, and our main difficulty, I think, was to collect all those systems, to get them connected to our system. Okay, thank you very much. The question to Asaga, it's Euro Protocol Online. How do you evaluate the size of your target audience? Well, I did mention it. All Russian drivers, about 50 million people. Thank you very much. Super service, digital production, and how are you planning to develop further? We have quite global plans for development, and the tactical draft law was adopted recently, which will allow us to automatically implement the injunctions of the bailiffs. So it's quite an interesting process, and I hope that in the coming couple of years it will allow us to transfer it to the electronic way, which will upgrade the interaction and getting the money from that. So thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. And the jury members are going to start electronically assess your pitches. All scores will go down to the central headquarters, and your results will be known in the middle of the day. So the ceremony, your ceremony will start at 2 p.m. We have many jury members. I have 3 minutes left in this block, and I would like to draw some attention to the jury members. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the expression of your interest to this nomination. Dmitry Ovcharenko, First Deputy Minister of Digitalization of Orenburg, Marina Kolagina, Severna Ossetia Alania, Information Technology and Communication, Mr. Radev, Minister Informatization and Tula region, Dmitry Kuzmin, Deputy Chairman Informatics and of the government of St. Petersburg, Vladimir Anisimov, Deputy Minister of Culture Arkhangelsk, Pavel Siporin, Director of IT in Khanty-Mansi Okrug Yugra, Alexei Sukhich, Acting Minister Information Technologies of Kyiv region, and that's only the first page that I've articulated. Minister of Digitalization and Directors of Departments of Informatization and Communications from Yaroslavl, Kursk, Volgograd, Perm region, Sevastopol, Karelia, Komi, Nenets, Chelyabinsk, Stavropol region, Tomsk and Republic of Ingushetia. I'm just naming the regions. Ulyanovsk region, Udmurtia, Chukotka, Smolensk region, Krasnoyarsk, Chuvashia, Rostov region, Kaliningrad region. So, and you can thus see that you are being assessed by the whole country because your projects are interesting to the whole country. So the Digital Summit is not just an award or contest, it's the platform for developers where you can meet your potential customers. So, okay, dear friends, now voting is active, and we are going to have technical break, and after that we are going to start the pitching of digitalization with Elena Dugina, advisor to and Renepa business coach. So 5 minutes of break.
Коллеги, добрый день. Я с удовольствием
colleagues,
открываю нашу новую номинацию. Это выступление
Good morning.
финалистов.
So it's the
в номинации
finalists
«Опора
pitch.
цифровизации».
It's digitalization pivot. So we prepared projects from SME business, which will make the people's life more interesting and convenient, and make public administration more effective, and help the business to be more effective and save on costs. As a rule, digitalization in our country is associated with bigger companies, and how to do something for Roscosmos or Rosatom, but that's very difficult for small business. And all over the world, digitalization means digitalization of your everyday routine life. What shall we do to participate, all of us, to participate in this from the point of view of benefiting from digitalization? What to do to make the speaker be comfortable in a chair, or open a pen, or use some services in a more convenient way? So the routine digitalization is exactly the pivot of the core of our project. So we have contestants from all regions of Russia, and our jury is quite prominent. I'm going to introduce them. But now we have Ossetia, Murmansk, Yaroslavl, Khanty-Mansiysk, which is great. So digitalization is not only about big business in Moscow. The biggest regions mean all Russia. So, and I am inviting the first nominant. It's supporting people with chronic diseases. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. So we're going to launch the presentation. Can you see us well? And are you ready for the presentation? Yes. Okay, let's start. You can see the presentation. So I'm Eric Dasko. I'm the founder and one of the investors of mobile application of Zdоровье.ru. That's to support people with chronic diseases. We help them to improve their mental and physical health status, depending on their status, and also help the physicians to cure them. We have more than 50,000 users, and we launched more than 20 programs. So I belong to the marketing business. In 2015, I lost my father because of cancer, so I decided to improve and when I surveyed, I realized that more than 60% of the population in Russia has at least one chronic disease. And those people are all combined in with one issue. It's changing and of their lifestyle. It's loneliness and solitude, and also the fear about diseases. So we have millions of people like that in the country. So we invited an app to motivate them to deal with their health status. So it's research, it's therapy control, and also reports for doctors, routing of their arrangements with doctors in all polyclinics. We have video lessons, podcasts, meditation tests, articles, and other forms of content, and AI systems which allow you to teach and learn, and also for the physicians and for the patients. In 2022, we are going to launch an application for doctors, which will help all doctors and physicians in all over Russia to track symptoms, to issue recommendations. Based on those services, we're going to launch a program to support different diseases. And in the recent couple of years, more than 20 programs have been launched, using more than 100,000 people. It's rheumatism, it's cardio, osteoporosis, it's psoriasis, it's dermatitis, it's heart stroke and COVID-19 and many others. So in this year, we are planning to launch even more programs aimed at orphan diseases. So currently, we can see that the application has registered more than 500,000 people, and the active audience exceeds 80,000 daily. And we can see that people are actively using our product and use it very often. Interestingly, we have a lot of people older than 60, and they are now tracking their symptoms. So next year we are going to make a service to prove the therapeutic efficiency. So we are going to launch digital therapies. So we're doing it together. We have treaties and with the different institutions, and we are leading in the number of services in territory of Russia, and we are inspired by international companies. Needless to say, of course, we could do nothing without the team of people who share our values and to help people and change the culture of approaching your own health status. So thank you very much. Be healthy, and thank you very much from St. Petersburg. Thank you very much. I would like to say that that's quite fashionable or sort of hype trend, because COVID showed that the quality of life is not related only as to how much you earn, but with your conscientious attitude to your health status. You have there are things that you have to deal with every day, and that depends on how you treat yourself. And then followed by our hobby, family, and what. So, jury members, please send your questions to me, and in the Q&A at the end of our session, I would articulate them. So, our next nominant, investment platform, you have 4 minutes to go.
Коллеги, я вас не
Colleagues,
слышу.
we cannot hear you.
Да, коллеги, добрый день.
Colleagues,
Надеюсь, теперь
good
меня
morning.
слышно.
Yes, happy to welcome you.
Да, меня зовут Сергей
My name
Петренев,
is
я
Sergey
представляю
Petrenev.
проект
I represent Investment Platforms Project.
Это проект, который
The
реализован
project which is implemented by infrastructure of Sverdlovsk region, supporting entrepreneurs. So this is Sergey Korolov, also like me from Nizhny Tagil, and Burj Khalifa to the right from Dubai. 3 floors were automated using software developed by Sergey's company. Sergey is planning to launch production of the equipment for industrial automation of the buildings. He wanted to start once but he will not do it because it will take him 9 months. That's too much, and 90% of the investments raised. Well, that's too much. So the guys can do more, and we give them more. We launch the digital platform of debt financial instruments for SME businesses, and now the business can use the digital analogs of traditional financial instruments, like for instance, instead of bonds, they can issue digital financial assets, and how to attract converted borrowed capitals and for the securities. So we developed and launched an infrastructure bus for electronic interaction of investors and entrepreneurs, and to provide investments with sureties and collaterals to make the money of investors safe. So for SME entrepreneurs, they can use such new financial instruments as crowd leasing and borrowings, factoring, and crowd mortgage, and bonds in the format of digital financial assets and shares and equity in the same way.
Это наша команда.
So that's our team, and we do believe in the small business, and we are convinced that the main investment opportunities are concentrated in the small business. Up to 36% last year our investors did earn, and more than 1 billion rubles of the entrepreneurs from different regions to implement their own investment projects. During the pandemic, the SME business, to a large extent, imposed the financial burden on themselves. They continued paying salaries and lease payments without an opportunity to work. But still, the business and the entrepreneurs did keep it, did preserve. And we think that it's quite a good symbol, demonstrating their capability to survive in very difficult conditions. And that is why we are investing in the platform ourselves. And we call on all of you to support such technological projects as the project of Sergei's, every digit to be operational. Thank you. Thank you, Sergei, for a very interesting pitch. And I like it very much that for Sverdlovsk region and Nizhny Tagil, and you're very well aware of the SME problems and issues in the regions. And if previously the access to those money and platforms belonged only to big business, now it's great that SME business have it all. But I want to ask questions, but I have to listen to our jury members. So thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to our new project, Live Talk. Colleagues, the floor is yours.
Пока вы готовитесь, я
So
хочу
while
сказать
you are
членам
getting
жюри, чтобы
prepared, I would like to say to the jury members, please don't forget to put down your questions and fill in the scores to evaluate our projects.
Пожалуйста.
So the floor is yours.
Алло, коллеги, добрый день. Меня
Colleagues,
слышно?
Да, слышно.
good morning.
Хорошо.
So
Так,
good.
Я Анна Кушнир.
I'm Anna Kushnir, representing 3 regions, Moscow, Chelyabinsk, and Krasnodar region. I am co-founder and operational director of MacDoc company. That's instant document flow. Do you think that in 10 years you will be printing out a document and sign with a pen, then scan and send it by email or even post? Well, of course not. We are a LiveDoc team. Transition to the electronic document flow is inevitable, and we can see that's based on the national project of Russian digitalization, which was signed in 2020. But the issue here is why the companies and corporates still have documents they cannot make electronic. Well, before LiveDoc, the business very often just didn't have instruments. No sound. Sorry, no sound.
Немножечко заедает. Сейчас вам придется повторить.
You have to repeat. Sorry.
Коллеги, как у нас дела?
Colleagues, what about our technicality issues? No sound
Подождите одну
yet.
секундочку, может быть, она сейчас отключится. Анна, вы слышите
Anna,
меня? Если
can
да,
you
скажите
hear us?
слово.
Please say yes if you do.
Нет, к сожалению,
No,
да,
unfortunately,
наверное, нам нужно
unfortunately.
перейти к следующему, да?
Let's get over to the next speaker.
Ага. Нет, еще раз попробуем присоединить Анну.
Or
Анна.
let's try Anna again.
Алло, меня слышно?
Can you hear me now?
слышно.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Anna, we can hear you.
Так. Скажите, пожалуйста, когда я была отключена?
When you didn't
где-то
hear
минут
me,
две
well,
назад.
it was a couple of minutes ago when you started to talk about your services, and then it was off.
Тогда...
Да-да, вот этот слайд.
Well, yes, this slide exactly.
Окей. Смотрите. То есть у бизнеса до...
So, you know, business before LiveDoc didn't have instruments to conclude
заключение
their
договора...
agreements, for instance, to recruit or employ new people. And how can you do without electronic signature, or how to conclude a contract with a student who enters your university? So you can do it through LiveDoc with all legitimacy. LiveDoc is the first startup in the market which combined all types of electronic signatures of Russia on one platform. So we take responsibility of all for the most complicated issues. And the business, even if they have like Bittrex of 1S, still they have some documents they continue signing on paper. Very often the document flow with self-employed or human resources or physical entities, and we can help here because we can integrate with the set of our clients and can cover this requirement. In other words, if your current system of document flow will not allow you to sign a document, you can do it through us. We digitalize the business from scratch, which is very good for SME organizations and for budget companies. And another important block of our work is external or foreign trade documents during import. That was good for our CIS and Chinese customers, but the majority of documents in the import documents were signed in paper. Why are we better than others? It's all simple and easy. Everyone from the first time can sign a document. Even for those people who still don't have access, like taxi drivers, couriers, oilmen. Well, the cost is 10 rubles per documents, and no cost for and no minimal payment like in 1S when they say that we can start only from 200,000 rubles. We can start from 300 rubles per customer. For instance, for micro organizations, and you can use this service right after the registration, and you can send the documents even to the users who are not yet registered in LiveDoc. In the Russian market, there are similar services, which like No Paper and Legion, but LiveDoc is the first and only service combining in one platform all types of electronic signatures, qualified, non-qualified, and simple, providing legal legitimacy to the documents you cannot sign in other platforms. And our price is the lowest, and you can also provide archiving free of charge, which is very important for our bigger clients like Чистая линия. And we are sure that for Russian economy it is going to be useful and accelerate the rates of this digitalization, and we can see that by our customer base, which is doubled every month. Could you hear it all? Yes, Anna, thank you very much. Everything was okay. Thank you. That despite all those technical difficulties, your presentation was brilliant. Especially, I loved the competitive advantages slide because usually when you hear such projects, whether you are not reinventing the vehicle, and you covered it well. And I worked in publishing a lot. I published journals and magazines. Paper is living long. Well, all those paper publishings are still alive, and I hope with electronic document flow we will be able to get rid of this paper things, and we will use those convenient electronic services, not to giving in and out the paper. So I'm giving the floor to our next project, which is Messenger.ru, is cloud platform to remotely monitor a patient. My name is Boris, and I will represent our platform. Good afternoon. Yes, you're welcome. Our platform was developed by the telepath company, which is not dealing with telepathy, but developing telemedical projects to interact, for the patients and doctors to interact. When in 2018 we started it, we faced randomized surveys of U.S. oncologists, which showed that with patients with heavy cancer, which provided symptoms to the physician, have better life expectancy.
And we were so impressed by a comment under this article of a prominent American oncologist saying that if a new therapeutic drug could have had the same the same results in improving life expectancy of people, no one would have been surprised if it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. But more convenient online interaction with patients, approaches offering better results than even new medicines. Well, actually, no one really cared about such things, and we decided to develop a number of platforms in remote monitoring of patients. And our main platform is MEDS, Medical Messenger, and this is a cloud platform allowing any medical organization to timely offer new services to their patients, remote monitoring and consultations from your doctor, not a doctor, but your doctor who works with you directly. And the goal of our platform was to create an alternative to the only communication channel that we have today. So to find a mobile phone of your doctor and call him or her at night, it's not convenient for patients and doctors. So our solution is a messenger-like thing, very trendy today. When you ask a question and the doctor answers it when it is convenient for him or her during 24 hours, for instance, in line with the contract. But this is how we can introduce such solution into doctors' agenda, those who usually meet patients face-to-face. But this approach allows doctors to monitor their patients online. But comparing against standard messengers, our platform allows medical organizations to have this dashboard of interaction of patients and doctors in their medical organization. And another thing is that there is an opportunity to have this personal channel of communication between doctor and the patient and introduce intellectual agents into it and specialized scenarios of monitoring of patients by the doctors. And such specialized scenario can be added to this channel of communication and can be assigned and fine-tuned by the doctor. And such things are very convenient for COVID patients. And there are around 100 scenarios for patients with various diseases to find therapy for their particular case. And within the framework of such scenarios, we can make them part of remote monitoring and also introduce gadgets and devices of remote monitoring into the system. For instance, check the pressure and look at throat or nose of a child. So this platform is in demand among patients who finish their inpatient treatment. And this is a very good platform for patients under long-term treatment, especially those with oncology, and also pregnant women who can consult their doctors between the visits, parents with children and senior age patients, and so on. The geography of utilization of our platform is from Kaliningrad to Khabarovsk. More than 50 medical organizations use the platform, and this platform is partnered to many large clinics like the 21st Century Clinic. And also we are very proud of the fact that on charity basis, this platform is utilized by Kaliningrad Children's Hospice with more than 200 children under treatment, under monitoring. And we use this platform in a number of specialized pilot projects in state facilities, for instance, heart disease patients monitoring, Yekaterinburg Center for working with heart stroke patients monitoring, and chronic lympholeucosis in Botkinsk Hospital in Moscow. We have a lot of projects like that now in the pipeline. And I would like to finish with the following. Last year, within the framework of the Congress of the Union of Patients Organization, we carried out a survey among those with chronic diseases, asking what medical services they would like to use. And the service we are offering proved to be the most in demand among such patients, to have a channel of communication, to ask questions to your doctor. Interestingly enough, 77% of patients would like to use such a service, and 36% of such professional patients, I'd call them like this, can also pay for such service. So these are our contacts where you can have a test version of our service. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Boris. A very interesting presentation indeed. It's hard to find a patient who doesn't want to be online in contact with a doctor. Can IP telephony be included into this for senior age people? And the main people who are against those who are against telemedicine are doctors. They lose this sacral value of an in-person visit. Do you work with such cases? But we will ask this question a bit later. And now I'm giving the floor to probably the most impressive project, Robin, the platform for creating digital employees. And you feel strange because probably they will invent a digital moderator and you will lose your job. Very interesting how you motivate working people with you and SMEs, for instance. The floor is yours, colleagues, please. Good afternoon. My name is Sergey Pavel. I'm from Robin. So we are working on a platform to create digital employees. Digital employee is a program robot based on AI technologies that can RPA technologies and AI employees that can imitate actions of real employees. So we are working with human factor and labor-consuming, time-consuming operations in various companies. So Robin platform robots allow us to reduce labor intensity. For instance, KPMG says one robot can work for 1 or 3 real people and he's more productive and he doesn't make mistakes. That's why he can be in line with SLAs and minimize financial and reputation losses. Cases of application of such robots, for instance, an administrator who registers and receives incoming calls, and also lawyer assistant, someone who checks the documents to be in line with the regulation and checking the brief to ensure that it is in line with the corporate policy. In all types of actions, there are models for efficiency calculation. We are sharing it with our clients. Speaking about practical side of this thing, the efficiency of our robots is proved by projects in the largest companies of Russia. Our robots save more than 1 billion rubles in reconciliation of financial data. In the post of Russia, more than 1,000 robots work for Russian railways, and they technically support a lot of users. In Tvel, in Rosatom, robots ensures the alignment with regulation and avoidance of abuse in procurement process. So operational efficiency can be increased through virtual employees, both in the real sector and also in companies with state participation and state-owned companies. We have enterprise solutions that can be installed in corporations and also cloud services for robotization SMEs. As part of our solutions, we have a constructor to create robots through no code. You do not have to be a developer to do so, and there are instruments to control the robots and embedded components to work with artificial intelligence, like synthesis and recognition of speech, recognition and intellectual processing of documents. So things you need to imitate full-fledged work processes. And as alternative scenarios, we can see various approaches. Manual labor, everyone loves it, and also fine-tuning applied systems. Our key advantage is that we can robotize the through business process, and we can become part of corporate infrastructure of a client without changing it, considering all the requirements of information security and with consideration of all requirements to enterprise architecture and import substitution. If we compare it against traditional automation, then through robots created on our platform, you can have a faster result. And we do not use costly resources for programming. That's why our solution is cheaper than others. And now seeing the condition of the labor market is very important. And a couple of words about our team, our achievements. We created the first in Russia, the first RPA platform, which is, according to various research, is the leader among similar solutions. Our clients won many awards using our robots. Best project of the year, for instance. More than 1,000 robots are used by top 100 companies of Russia. We are corporate standard in robotization for Russian railways. And we have many other huge plans to contribute more into digitalization of our country. Thank you very much for your attention. Very interesting, very modern project indeed. So impressive. It's great that such projects emerge in Russia. But I just want to say a couple of words about people. Now in Japan, they sometimes fire robots. They do not make mistakes, but they also are not empathetic. And fortunately, there are specializations, professions where we need real people to work, but things like checking briefs and reconciliation of things, such things should be given to robots, obviously. Colleagues, we have questions from the jury members. Unfortunately, we do not have time to answer them, but I will read them out loud in your next presentations. You can consider them and offer answers to it. Anna, it seems like the gates between the electronic workflow, this is not a process. The document should be multi-channel and always reach the recipient. The electronic channels do not allow for that, and that's why 100% electronic workflow is not possible today. Well, we have a very brief format today. Just consider this point for your future presentations. And the second part, you know, he was very active. Thank you very much for this. Arkhangelsk Region Deputy Culture Minister, Mr. Anisin, Zdarovyeru, a question to you. Please introduce the following answers in your presentation next time. Do you include paid medical institutions into your platform? And do you plan to enhance the opportunity to buy medicines in electronic drugstores? Thank you very much to jury members for your active participation. Thank you very much for your presentations. Jury members, please send us your decision, and I am looking forward to know who the winner is in this nomination, because this evening we will announce the winners. And while the jury is voting, now we'll have a technical break, and I'm giving the floor to my colleague Larissa Katasheva, Modern Communications Center Director RANEPA and Program Director for Digital Summit Project. To see you.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, мы продолжаем.
dear
И в
friends, let's
ближайшие 30
continue.
минут выступлений финалистов
The coming 30
номинации
minutes we'll have the finalists from the Best AI Solution in State Management nomination. AI, artificial intelligence. So, we had a lot of applications and a lot of jury members who will be judging our finalists.
Ух, и опять мне не прочитать,
Again.
не буду рисковать, чтобы не тратить время, не
I will not
прочитать
spend
все 3
time
листа членов жюри. То есть это
reading
опять-таки
all
номинация,
the 3 pages I have for this nomination. This nomination is of interest for everyone. And we will have the following projects in the nomination: Dialogue Neural Network for Artificial Intelligence, Virtual Consultant 72, Intellectual System for Processing Documents on AI from the government of the Udmurt Republic, searching for tax assets, GISCO's bus through AI algorithms, single contact center under the government of the Tula region to implement single platform on AI, voice robot Nikolai, and Skamiaus intellectual system for analysis of territories. So we will start with Udmurtia region, right?
Larissa, коллеги, добрый
Larissa,
день.
colleagues, hello. We will start with a small video. So let me switch on the video now for our viewers. Intellectual system of processing documents. Of the population of the Republic is covered with self.
В 2019 году была разработана концепция
The
цифрового
concept for
развития
digital
экономики
development of the Udmurt Republic development concept was developed. In the concept, it is planned to implement 100 services, applied services based on digital technologies. In 2021, the project was initiated for Lean Udmurt Republic, and these projects led to improvement of processes in power offices through lean instruments and tech solutions. One of the successful cases of such approach is implementation of AI service using for processing the incoming requests in the government. And this service is embedded into electronic document workflow for state offices and also for servicing the population. It works with letters and so on. Through artificial intelligence, the system is recognizing the content of requests and fills in the documents, and also has mechanisms of self-training of the neural networks to process the letters from the population. The card of a request is filled in, and no resolution approval with other participants is needed. So the time of processing such requests goes down to 4 minutes, and the number of requests is growing every year. We have very lean processes as a result, allowing us to have economic benefit of 5 million rubles. We will not stop with the achievement, and we are ready to share our successful experience. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome all of you. Medjidov Timur is my name, Minister of Digital Development of the Udmurt Republic. After this video, I would like to focus on direct-to-Maria program product that we use for our project. So it takes the text layer and and other details of the document and make resolutions and articulate content for further search within the framework of our single system of document workflow. And this allows us, when processing the requests from population, we can automate 3 processes out of 6. So text layer and other details and managers who will execute the resolutions can be done through AI, and then the search starts within our system. 93% of time is checking the content and then appointing the executor, and the final element is filling in the classifier of citizens' requests. We are training our neural network and improve our results. So speaking about processing incoming letters, electronic mechanisms now cover 3 stages out of 7. 95% is checking the details, and 87% is appointing the executors. Why this? Organizational changes are important for us. So first, we reduced the headcount in the departments of working with incoming letters, and also the initial documents can also be automated, and we scale up this solution for other bodies of the state government, of the regional government. That's it from me. Thank you very much, Timur. Members of the jury sent questions to me. I asked the questions, but now we will go to the next presentation. Tumin, are you online?
Диалоговая нейросетевая
Dialogue
система
Neural
искусственного интеллекта Тюменской области.
Neural
Виртуальный консультант.
Network Virtual Consultant 72. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, very good. Very good. I will start. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to show you a project called Dialogue Neural Network System of Artificial Intelligence Virtual Consultant 72. So, during recently, almost every day, we see more requests related to requests of our citizens, and the focus of this project and the project for digital transformation in general, we have 2 main points to tackle: acceleration of decision making, and preparing the result document or other speed characteristics that should also impact the quality of service. And point number 2, apart from speed, is minimization of participation of employees in such projects, starting from getting information down to offering the results. This slide shows quantitative characteristics describing the hotline of the Tumen region results of operations. And we see that this hotline adds various areas of consultations regularly, and we need higher quality for servicing more people. 55% before implementing the project, 55% of those addressing the center could not have answers to their questions, and 6 employees were needed to work in this area.
We could not afford it in the way in 2019, but we started to reflect on how to optimize the activities of the center with improved quality of services. And the historical way, and I should mention it specifically, is that back in 2019, this project was publicly submitted to the competition between the live operator with experience of activities in public services and the system of artificial intelligence and the consultant. And the system, then I could not say that it won with a big advantage, but the clarity and accuracy of the answers were demonstrated alive. So we developed further the project to go beyond the framework of just rendering public services, consulting, and with the account of the time requirement, we also entered the niche of healthcare. With 2 professional successful modules in public services and healthcare services, I should say that today successful recognition of voice is fast and stable. We can do up to 100 calls instead of 100 permanent operators, and we follow the 24/7 regime of arrangements. So the channel of communications and the system shows a high level, but of course it is limited by the subject matter of the questions which are announced in healthcare and public services. If you can see this slide, slide, you will see the diagrams on success rate of received calls without operator, and that's the principle of excluding human beings from this service. And you can see the results by the subscription number without involvement of a human being with full and again, about the transformation of, notification of satisfaction by the citizens of public services, we should say here that the system allows us to really achieve this indicator as zero missed calls, which is no queues online, and that's a high quality decision, and that's freeing the human operators to do more complicated tasks beyond the Q&A call sessions, or covering and combining several subjects. And cost cutting, again, if you directly calculated that the system can replace 20 physical operators, but if, up to 60 people if it is shift by shifts, and we can see direct cost cutting, which is 9 million rubles, recalculated just by direct costs for operators, and to say nothing of some indirect economic benefits, like lease payments for the premises to accommodate the operators, and thus for the 2 years of operations with the account of growing functionality, the system has justified and paid back all the costs, including the equipment. Speaking about the team which participated in the project, I should say that, needless to say, we were doing it together with the supervising institution, and we can see the growing budget that we can control now, and staff list growing, which currently are working at the project solution and not only participating in the contest. That's the team of the staff operators contact center, and you can see the number of projects they are consulting on, with different levels of quality, accessibility of operator, and the number of calls, and the quality of processing. And especially, I would like to mention the 2 men resident of Technopark, the Akas company, with the average salary. You can see the way it was growing since 2014 in our region. But also should mention here that on the slide with the staff head count, which is 70 people, I have another interesting fact. When we started the work, when we set up the team, the average age of the team in the startup was 29 years. Currently, it is 24. And the School of Neuroengineers set up by the government of the region, and the graduates become full-fledged staff headcount employees. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Jury members would like to draw your attention to the fact that we sort of changed, the 2 men and Udmurt, and first 2 men, then Udmurt. Now, actually, we had first Udmurt and 2 men followed. 27 jury members in this nomination, and the ministers of digitalization from all over the country. So, colleagues, we have 4 minutes per pitch, and we have to keep the rate. So, potential taxpayers, but potential facilities for tax payments. Kuzbas, yes, we can hear you well, and happy to see you. Hi, today we are representing the taxation project using algorithm of AI, and in Kuzbas.
На сегодняшний день в различных базах
Presently,
данных
in different databases like EGRN and or tax services have a lot of inaccuracies or mistakes and errors, like for instance inaccurate addresses or facilities and objects of real estate. So as a result, a physical construction object is not taxable. To identify such unaccountable facilities in the municipalities in Ross Register of Russian Federation. They do some work randomly, but realizing the number of big cities and big number of real estate facilities, it is difficult to do. To solve this task was using the information system of KUSPAS and the digital ringers of duplicates of such documents. So we set up very high precision maps up to 5 centimeters per pixel with the accuracy and scale of 1 to 500. The further methodology of looking for potential taxable objects presents the first stage with incoming data preparation for neural systems to imitate the images. Then it's the photo plan with the roofs of the buildings, and we did it not to lose the space, and then cut it into 512 pixels, and then we collected the base database with black and white images and also colored. Well, totally it was about 150,000 photos all in all. And then this database volume using documentation and its artificial multiplication, scaling, or turning the images. And after teaching the neuron network, we identified the addresses and coordinates of the buildings, and thus further we normalized the addresses and fine-tuned it, and then matched it over the official databases to identify the discrepancies. Thus, we got the data of these potential taxable objects, and the land control specialists will have to further verify, and you can see it's the city, the town of Miski. To the left, you can see a residential building, but no plot registered, and the second, and to the right, the building is not registered with the land plot. Well, as a result, in 2020 and 2021, in 11 towns and cities of KUSPAS, we've identified almost 14,000 such objects and facilities, and currently we are working at its verifications to put it into the register. The expected budget sum is about 3 million rubles, but we should not forget that we are saving here on field works and penalties for violation of land legislation. In 2022, we're going to continue this work to expand this toolkits to further work to identify other violations like self-appropriation and increasing more than by 10%, or unused land plots, or using the plots with different purposes. And additionally, in 9 cities of KUSPAS, we are going to create a cartographic basis, and this year we are planning to make KUSPAS a state system which will allow us to interact with other facilities and institutions to control it at every stage. The user is the municipality of land control and some regional ministers of finance, architecture, and others. The customer is the administration of Kemerovo region of KUSPAS. The owner is the Digitalization institution of KUSPAS. Thank you very much. Now we have robot Nikolai. Hi, Larissa. Good. Well, we have Tula now. I am the head of contact center at the Tula region, and our Nikolai, the robot, is with me. Please stay on the line. Please stay here. That's the way we used to before me. Allow me to introduce. It's Nikolai, voice assistant. I've been helping for 10 months, and before that, the callers had to stay in line and in queue. Now I'm welcoming everyone to find out what I can do for them, and they taught me to talk to the people, and I can keep the dialogue. And well, my colleagues in Tula loved me very much, and the specialist of contact center thus got an opportunity to creatively develop working with digital technology. And the residents of the region can now be rendered new services, and I'm going to be present in chats and messengers. See you, your Nikolai. Well, our Nikolai is artificial intelligence based on machine learning. It understands the live speech and identifies the intentions and essence of the speech. He supports the natural dialogue and provides necessary consultations. Importantly, any specialist of our contact center can manage or control Nikolai, even without technical skills or professions, and it is scalable. Suddenly, for instance, there's a pile of calls about a contract or about some project, and we can thus provide the services. The Nikolai from Tula been operating in several projects simultaneously. We taught him its information support of users of regional portals and public services. It's hotline of Ministry of Healthcare of Tula region. It's employment center hotline, and also he was taught to consult on arrangements with doctors. So far, he is not making arrangements, but consulting about COVID issues. Draw your attention to the fact that working at the public services centers, he excellently identifies the dates chosen by users, but he offers the most convenient options, which reduces the time and saves the time for the applicants. Nikolai is a single platform deployed at the servers of our information technology centers, which the platform operates in a number of state and public offices. We in future are going to implement it into the executive facilities. Nikolai can simultaneously talks to 50 calls and replaces 10 operators and consultations in public services and public services centers, which allows us to just in one hotline to save up to 4 million rubles a year. So it's equivalent to 10 operators. Nikolai, without operators, came up to 79% of calls processed. Nikolai doesn't drink water or breathe or uses public municipal transport or his own individuals, and he does not smoke after difficult calls of applicants. Thanks to Nikolai, we reduced the emissions by 10,000 cubic meters a year. So those are the calculations done according to the international methodology. Thus, the project fully coincides with ESG principles in social orientation, ecology, and corporate governance. The idea was implemented by the Tula team, where we have the representatives of core executive authorities and public services centers, and the developers are the BSS group and BFT. As the result, we now have exceeded all expectations, and even now, and we are not yet a year old, the residents of the region puts the 4.8 out of 5 scores, which is very deserved. And Tulsky Nikolai is well known beyond the Tula region. The information about exchanging experience was requested by Kursk, Belgrade, Stavropol region, Kamchatka, Khanty-Mansi, St. Petersburg, and Veliki Novgorod, and even our colleagues were actively exchanging experience from Novosibirsk. So thus, as our Nikolai said, he is very much in demand in the region, and very soon he will be seen in both messengers, chats, and I hope that very soon in the executive authorities he will be the most proactive and active assistant. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have Kaliningrad, but a question to Kuzbas. How are you going to make citizens to put buildings on register? Well, it's quite a burning issue. Kaliningrad, while Kaliningrad is getting connected, please. Well, I know that institutional and land control authorities are going to deal with that. Okay, Kaliningrad's Natalia Sibirova is online. Good afternoon, dear experts and participants of Digital Summit. We also representing artificial intelligence instruments for telecomprehensive analysis of territories. And I would like to introduce our intellectual system, ISAT, to survey territories. Needless to say, territory management is one of the main instruments to replenish the budgets, and the problem of increasing taxable base is a burning issue for all regions. Kaliningrad region is no exception. All regions are working at that to implement the all Russian projects to collect all those data. Currently, we have collected and registered more than 1,600 facilities of real estate, and of course they are meant for taxation. But the number of facilities and assets come up to more than 10%, seemingly not a very big number. But if you look from the point of view of economic background, then it seems quite big losses for the region. To analyze the territories using the shots and photo images is not new, and all territories trying to do it. For us, we use the aerial photo shooting, and because of normative accuracy, and because we understand that in land and development disputes, that's quite an argument. The Google photos and the Yandex shots, they don't have any legal status and not placed in regional or municipal registers. But the space images provide you smaller images, and that's not a full coverage provided, though we do use that for other means. So looking for self-appropriated buildings and land plots, we in Kaliningrad concluded a contract for the 3D stereo models. Manually, we started to implement it to process the materials with matching those data to the official register. Well, manual work takes several hours to several weeks, depending on the size of the territory. So we decided to use artificial intelligence, and we invited our young team of developers, our competent and quite ambitious team, we play the role of methodologists because we have huge experience of cadastral work. Thus, we now have this information system of territory analysis, which is capable of identifying violation. The quality of identification is up to 80%, and the speed of processing is high. We showed a video about one of the municipality activities. As a result, we've identified more than 6,000 facilities, unregistered facilities, and more than 2,500 of self-appropriated land plots and buildings. And free space and territories and land plots were identified, and more than 80% of owners of self-appropriated and illegitimate buildings decided to voluntarily get them registered. And for others, we are now in litigations. And totally, in 2025, in Zelenograd Okrug, we will have 11 million rubles plus. And we are now participating in the pilot project, and we are negotiating with to implement our solutions in Torquinde for municipal control. Further, we are going to work with artificial intelligence and are ready to play the role of methodologists for any region for the 3D solutions. So please do invite us to interact. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kaliningrad. So our finalists in this nomination have all pitched, and I would like to draw attention of the jury members. The form of voting, the project's numbers change, so please don't get confused. That's it. Start voting, and we have just several minutes of technical break to get back to listen to the new finalists.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, мы
So, dear
продолжаем. И
friends,
прямо
we'll
сейчас в эфире
continue
финалисты
now
номинации
in our final. The nomination for the best IT solutions for school education. 15 members of jury is the jury council, and we have colleagues from ministries and regions among juries. So, point one, mathematics education platform for school kids from grade 1 to 4. Diary.ru, digital platform for personalized education, Sberclass, and model education platform. Point 101 mathematics. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to such competition. Thank you very much for this invitation. So, point 101 Math is artificial intelligence adaptive technologies platform for math education. I am founder and leader of the company PhD of the University of Amsterdam, postdoc in Shannon University, where we worked in application maths and IT technologies. Skoltech member, also Skolkovo Maths Gymnasium director for several years. So digitalization of education has two main streams. Very interesting idea is to take the best practices of Nobel laureates, leading scientists, and pack these practices of the best teachers and bring it to schools. And this idea sounds interesting, but for the first 10 minutes, and then you understand that for an ordinary school kid, not a very talented one, but an ordinary one, and a good school teacher will be better than a Nobel laureate speaking online. Things change, digitalization is moving on, and we see revolutions in various areas. And yesterday it was too early, tomorrow it'll be too late, and we need an evolution. We need a textbook of new generation, something that speaks to a person, who knows a person, a textbook that can offer libraries. Of course, now we have textbooks limited in its content, and now we are creating textbooks that create libraries. It generates tasks, and it offers specific tasks looking at the level of children. We're grown-up people, but now we see that we have many things in common, and a lot of things in school are routine things, and one of the main tasks is to become an assistant to a teacher and take the routine and give an opportunity to users to interact with interactive online training systems. And there are new opportunities now, like videos, more than 120 hours of video we can offer, and new technologies of interaction. We use neural network to interact with manual data input, 3D models, and a lot of other things. So yes, the pandemic shows us that pupils now stay one-on-one with their textbooks, and our text and our system will not allow them to stay just one-on-one with the textbook, but become more interactive. Since we're pressed of time, I will show you a video that will briefly speak about us now. The system on AI for personalized training, maths training for school children. Every sub-theme is split into several parts. Theory shows examples with detailed explanation in text and video. More than 3,000 videos like that. In the tasks, the system is generating tasks for children, and also you can manually input data. In adaptive training system can offer you practical and theoretical material for students looking at the history of how they perform. The system offers various types of content and a wide range of interaction with users. We see various types of tasks, drag and drop, interactive charts, 3D models, interactive hints, and also tackling equations through intervals and many other things. Authors of our content are the best teachers of Moscow, laureates of the Presidential Award in Education, heads of regional committees for state exams, members of jury in the All-Russian Olympics of school children, doctors and candidates of physical and mathematical sciences. Digital pedagogic is a new term now, and we can assess the level of efficiency in a different way and offer something specific for every student. We understand how much time the homework will take and how time can be properly, effectively used in the classroom. We use machine learning system of artificial intelligence in order to create adaptive learning and create personalized training system, a personalized track. The system, the algorithm is the structure of it. It actually identifies the gaps and then creates individual trajectory, dynamic graph, and then teaches it basing on big data of previous successful users. Now the system is 90.28% of success. This is the world record. We understand that the question is in practice. Moscow is a very high competition city in terms of education. 0-1 math system is one of the main systems in education and maths, and more than 33% of Moscow schools are now in the system. And we would like to say thank you very much to colleagues who supported us, especially Skolkovo Institute for Science and Technologies IT cluster, because thanks to them, modern technologies and AI are now applied widely in Moscow, and almost every school kid can use the recent developments and achievements of this area from Skolkovo. Thank you very much. Colleagues, please stick to our time frame, our agenda. We have 4 minutes for every presentation. Education platform for school children of grade from 1 to 4, eSmart. You have 4 minutes. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Right now, in Russia, more than 1 million students with disabilities cannot have access to high-quality online education in main subjects, maths and the Russian language. Specific education content is hard to find on the internet because it is fragmented and is not structured as a single program. For this, you need to constantly search for such instruments. At the same time, we know that with lack of support, the motivation for education is reducing by 72%. And this is relevant for any type of students. All solutions known today are not very effective because teachers adapt the materials on their own. Parents are not part of the process because this is school, and schools should tackle such tasks. And we have a solution as to how to ensure high-quality online education for any student, irrespective of their needs in education. My name is Guyava Zarasey, and I will speak about iSmart platform today. So today, many online platforms offer the following solutions: large libraries of materials, a lot of things, a wide variety of materials. This is an opportunity for tutors and teachers to create individual training plans through selecting proper materials. Convenient interface and automation of routine things in order to structure and make the whole education process more convenient. All these things really help, but education platform iSmart decided to go further than that and offer and go to the next level of education platforms. First of all, we introduced algorithms of artificial intelligence. It helps us to select the tasks and articulate individual recommendations. But the main thing is that it trains the student up until he or she has a skill. fluent skill, not while the system is it cannot offer any more tasks any longer. So the skill is very important to find the proper words or proper solutions to tasks. We introduce practices with proved scientific efficiency, and they help us to formulate those micro skills, the spectrum of which is very wide in our platform across main subjects: maths, the Russian language, environmental sciences. We offer other subjects like ecology, logic, and others. And through this, we try to enhance the access to education to all types of students. And this involves teachers and students into the process, and their parents as well. So this sounds quite promising and very interesting, but everyone is interested in, does it really work? We were also interested in answering such questions, and that's why we had an internal research with a focus group. And what we see as a result, what do we have for today? The general level of performance is improving among students, plus 15% better marks for test works, plus 24% of levels of self-education among students, plus 60% growth of the number of correct answers, irrespective of where it happens, whether he or she sits at a test or answering questions in a classroom or making his homework. And our team possesses all needed competences to tackle the tasks that are set, because we are experienced in working with high-load IT platforms and setting up international teams in pedagogical sciences and research of highly cited scientific publications experience. So this allows us to tackle the tasks we face. We plan to go to international market and growth of vertical of classes and grades, articulating, structuring curriculum not only for grades from 1 to 4, but further ones, and also mobile app and iSmart School. The convenience of our service can be checked out right now. You can use camera of your smartphone to scan the barcode, to scan the QR code, and you will have access to all capabilities of our platform. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much, iSmart. This is a good case. Now you have 4 minutes for your presentation. Next project. Hello, colleagues. I am mom of a disabled person, disabled child, and I'm also part of a public organization working with disabled children. Now I'm showing you the project called Specific Case. Probably you remember the shock parents and children had spring 2020, isolation, quarantine, and just imagine that, a small flat, shelves of books in dust and bad light, and a child who is struggling to study. How to arrange proper study process for a child? It seems like it is not real, but actually it is real. More than 1 million children in Russia need specific study assistance, and with growing market of digital education, there are no specific adapted online services for children with disabilities. And we decided to create a solution like that. First, we started from scratch, but then we won grant from the Foundation of Presidents Grants, and we created pilots of 3 services, a platform with video content, deti.os.ru, interactive textbook, and now we are launching lessons. Yes, we are in the city of Perm, not Moscow or St. Pete, and our team is not large, but we created this on our own, and the parents and teachers also participated. We have 36 special teachers on the team, and graphite IT team participated in the project. We created 700 adapted development videos across 7 areas: logopedic development, Lego constructor, culinary, yoga for children, walking around the city, and some others. MVP version started, and now we have more than 9,000 unique users, unique visitors, and more than 1,800 registered users. We had consultations of teachers with pupils with disabilities. We carried out a lot of lessons, but for further development, we need a full-fledged streaming platform and develop unique diagnostics instruments and system of automated structuring material for curriculum. But we realized that for our children, online education is available, but with proper approach, understanding the peculiarities and capabilities of all children, of every children. Our children has achieved a lot. Varia, who struggled with alphabet, now can read, and Tanya can work with a logopedic teacher now, and this is a huge achievement for her. Yefrem has made a sentence of 3 words, but it is very meaningful. Mommy, I love you, he says. So now in the Perm region, in the most remote areas, remote education is available. 32 children who cannot who cannot study on their own now can have education. So we are asking for 3 things: information support in promoting the project. Number 2, funds to create full-fledged set of IT products. We've articulated the tech brief for all the projects, and the pilot is now formulated, and also resources to develop unique content of various levels of complexity. And now I would like to show you a video, just 1 minute. Colleagues, sorry, unfortunately, no video. No, it will start right now. No sound, sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your initiative. Now we're going to give the floor to dnevnik.ru. You have 4 minutes. Hello, everyone. My name is Yuri Boyko. I would like to introduce digital education platform project Dnevnik.ru. Among main challenges of digitalization of education are lack of single comprehensive system of automation of operations of educational institutions of various levels in the regional level, and also the need to offer priority state services in electronic format. The need to constantly change regional information systems due to changes in legislation, and as a result, need for funding from the regional budget for digitalization of education. The uniqueness of our offer is in the following. We can resolve these tasks in our platform within the framework of a PPP model. The main advantages of this approach are no costs on the level of the regional budget. All works are done by investors and they pay for them, and the region can select the content, the structure of systems implemented from the set we are offering. We, in the single portal, we offer the main state services in the education area, and Unicru is also taking all the commitments in assistance of implemented systems during the period of the project, it is 10 years, and modernization of in line with the changes in the legislation. The main functions of the education platform are electronic diary and some other relevant functions you are very well you're aware about, and also interaction between students and teachers and parents, integration with the key suppliers of education content, and also interactive homework. Developed a system of reporting that offers information in various areas and periods. Mobile apps for teachers and parents. Teachers on their devices can input marks, and parents can have information on how their children perform looking through their homework. Next, the system of monitoring of education process that allows you in real-time mode to monitor the key indicators across the region and specific neighborhoods and cities and schools, and integration with federal information systems like GIS My School and Spherum. Speaking about our experience, we are implementing such projects for several years now. The largest one is implemented in the Moscow region, and also a PPP agreement is signed for Arkhangelsk, Novgorod, and Ivanovo regions, and North Ossetia, Alania Republic. And to conclude, I would like to speak about economic efficiency of the project. Judging by experience of the Moscow region, not less than 100 million rubles for the whole period of the PPP. This is 10 years. This is it from me. Thank you very much. Yuri, thank you very much. And now we will have Sber class. Hello, good afternoon. You have 4 minutes, please. I will try and stick to this time slot. My name is Anatoly Rashkov. I would like to speak about what we are working on now in Sber class. Why do we do things we do? We are developing the model of education where we want children to love study. They should understand that they will continue their study when they're 20 and 30 and 40, and we want them to know how they can teach and for them to love the process. And for this, we implement both methodology and the platform that supports the methodology. And these two things go together. When we're speaking about the methodology, it is important to mention two stories. First, soft skills I'm not going to touch upon now in details because everyone is speaking about soft skills and it is relevant today. But personalization, let me speak more about this. When we're speaking about personalization in the education process, it can be split into 3 levels. One level is showing us the fact that people are interested in various things, algebra or physics or something else, and within a subject, every child can set various goals for himself. Even if two kids have the same goals, the trajectory of effectively meeting the goals is different. Sometimes they need more theory or more practice, and so on. So we are offering much freedom and choice to children. And our task is for them to be not confused with all that. And speaking about teachers, for instance, you're a teacher of a class of 30 pupils, and they have their own interests and motivation and depth of getting into the subject. And for instance, you are making a class and 20 or 30 people doing various tasks at the same time. So the main thing for us is to help teachers organize the process in a way that that is the most efficient for everyone, and for the teacher to become facilitator, a mentor, and an inspirator, not just a transmitter of information for his children. Another important thing, today this problem can be tackled in the following way. You just send your child to a school with enough teachers and tutors and mentors in order to ensure all these things. But these schools are usually paid schools. We want to do the same for supermass schools. And we have been operating for 3 years now, and over this period of time, we started with a decree of the president, even before that, I think, to become a pilot. Now we're living in operating in standard schools. What do we offer to children and teachers? We offer basic service that allows you to understand what tasks to tackle and to select the tasks within the framework and get the feedback and argue with the teacher. So the core education process, and also set the goals and monitor whether he or she achieves or not. And the functionality is very wide, starting with content creation and using someone else's content. We work with the Prosvещение publishing group for this project, and combination of programs for long-term progress and also on the level of the classrooms.
So, to make up a picture, to help the feedback and the administrator and the statistics as to how it is used, and about the deliverables at the level of school, of course personal, and personalized at the level of regions. And we, as those who are doing it, there are about 500 of us, 250 developers. They are trying to listen to the users to improve their lives. Thank you very much.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the last finalist in this nomination, Modern Education Platform. You have 4 minutes to go. The floor is yours.
Звук, пожалуйста.
No sound?
Да, спасибо.
Thank you.
Добрый день.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tambovtsev, Creative Director, Model Up. We are using modern technologies in education. And we have an area, model education, digital solutions for schools. And when we started this area, we could see that in schools there are modern solutions, digital solutions, active panels appearing, and quite powerful computers providing interactive materials, high quality. But the potential is not fully used because the content was not there. So, and there was a demand in the content, judging by the feedback from the teachers and the school principals as to how to use the systems of management. And this is how we delivered this modern education platform. It's a comprehensive system of development, delivery, and controlling of interactive materials in schools. It's the mechanics to use the materials and methodological recommendations to use the materials during the lessons, and we developed a number of solutions we can provide to schools now. Content management, well, I should say here that it allows you to both reproduce classical formats, interactive long read, and panels and blackboards, and also has modern platforms, and also can work with different other formats and different models. And also apps for mobile devices to reproduce 3D interactive projects for tabletop computers and interactive panels. So we developed a set of mechanics of interaction of the teacher and pupils in class. So we are packaging those materials in the format for school programs. Different mechanics of comparisons of objects, interacting volume-wise, identifying some components, and interactive contests, collection of objects, and virtual microscope, allowing you to look through. For physics, we developed developed a constructor of simple chains which can make a scheme real time. So we also developed a reproduction of 3D animations with interactive, which gives you additional opportunities and capabilities for teacher in the process of demonstration of tests. And the platform also allows you to reproduce the projects of third-party developers for physics, together with our colleagues from Moscow Physics University. We are now doing it on Modium application platform. So teachers now are furnished with a very simple and easy to use 3D interactive platform. You can use very different devices, and based on the mechanics also developed together with the teachers and methodologists, taking into account the specifics of use of such materials in classes. At school. And now the objective of our team, and there are more than 60 of us in the team, programmers, methodologists, artists, designers, gamers, and of interfaces, is to scale the solutions at the level of increased materials for school curriculum, and also the number of schools using our solutions and platform. Thank you. Thank you very much, Denis. Well, dear friends, jury members are voting now. We have a very short technical break to interchange with Elena. She's going to moderate the panel for pitches of higher education. Thank you.
Итак, мы начинаем выступление финалистов в номинации «Лучшее IT-решение для высшего образования». Ну, вы знаете, что дистанционное образование вызывает много настороженности, очень много мемов гуляет в интернете про то, как, собственно говоря, строитель после дистанционного образования построил лестницу лесенками назад, ступеньками, или про то, как хирург оперирует после дистанционного образования.
And how the surgeon is operating on after the remote education, and this opportunity means equality of opportunities to get connected to the best educational projects all over the world, and to overcome this bias against remote education. Of course, it is better to start with higher education, and I am looking forward to the projects of our nominants and giving the floor to the first project, service project education. Colleagues, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Though right away would like to say that we are mostly talking about hybrid education, not only remote. My name is Daniel, and I'm going to introduce the project education service, which is, first of all, a space for combining capabilities of our partners of the Urals Federal University. Needless to say, that it's no secret that in the process of solving practical, real questions, the students are better motivated to acquire new knowledge and better acquire practical skills and unique competences. No secret also is that very often making a real task into an educational one takes time, and not every partner is ready for that. The functionality of our service allows you to solve this issue, but we are not transforming the practical task into educational. Thanks to the functionality of our service, we allow our partners to penetrate into the educational process of the university with their task. That's a so-called digital space, allows us to jump over the faculty and the industrial programs and borders. Any student, any participant can apply for a project of any of our partner, and vice versa. Any partner of ours can, in a very short period of time, to collect a team to solve a practical task from any area, from photonics, material science, down to information technologies and marketing or design. A peculiarity of our service is also that we are thus giving an opportunity to accompany, to simultaneously work with a big number of projects and students, not putting them into a bottleneck. Importantly is that the student starting practical activities together with professionals does not leave the educational space. Thanks to a number of technological and methodological solutions, we have integrated the project education service with information system and the logic of all other educational activities. Despite the fact that the service is already made to include very different projects, we thus managed to implement universal logics of the whole life cycle of projects, starting from initiation and down to assessment and implementation, which is the most important. But at every stage, all three teams, students, faculties, professors, and partners, professionals, are communicating and work together. Realizing that it's not always sufficient time-wise and effort-wise working with a big number of projects, we thus provide to our partners an opportunity to monitor the whole portfolio and pipeline of projects at any given time, and they can see the coming milestones and status of the projects. There are more than 1,000 projects being implemented, and the growing demand of our projects, of course, impose very serious responsibility on us. We are implementing no less than 3 new releases teachers during a quarter. And though they are seriously tested and developed every time, however, we treat it seriously. Our developers team will be happy to see you among partners of the project, and you can join in at our website. Thank you very much. Very happy to hear that this has come to education. Would like to remind the jury that you can send me your questions, and also would like to briefly introduce. We have it is represented by Ossetia, Novosibirsk, Perm, Chelyabinsk, Karacháyevo-Cherkessia, and also Ministry of Education and Science of Regions, and also Moscow Physical Technical University, legendary university not only for Russia but all over the world. Giving the floor to the next one, it's a digital simulator of pedagogical activities. Colleagues, you have 4 minutes. Colleagues, I'm the rector of State Legal University of Nabережные Челны, and so it's a digital simulator of pedagogical activities. Please let's view our video first.
Летчик не имеет права получать профессиональный опыт рискуя человеческими жизнями.
Cannot risk human lives. That's why more than 30 years running, the pilots are using special computer programs, so-called aviation simulator. The teacher's profession is now less responsible, so creating a simulator of pedagogical activities has been a challenge for modern science. Currently, the work has been completed by the author's model of mathematician, of the lesson of mathematics. Well, actually, this is done and said by me. In the course of the survey, the authors of the projects realized that the digital simulator of pedagogical activities is a universal instrument to use, since it gives an opportunity to put any content into the function of planning or lesson implementation. The simulation allows the future teachers to make up designing the situation and projecting it and developing the children's potential. In the coming future, the Nabережные Челны simulator created together with their French partners will help you to implement many scientific and educational projects, and the results of the survey will be used in the work of faculty for higher educational universities and improve qualifications. It's important to say that there are no such analogs in Russia, and that's just the first experience of implementation into the pedagogical university curriculum. That's a universal instrument not only to develop the methodological skills for teachers and professors in different areas, but also to study this method. And we have experience of designing and the experience of implementation. We attracted specialists of different profile: programmers, designers, mathematicians, methodologists, psychologists, and practical teachers. Our experience with French colleagues allowed the project team to develop our own authors' models of simulator. We have implemented 2 authors' model in the educational process of our university based on the analysis of the real cases, and we showed several lessons of different schools. The first one is simulator of pedagogical activities. The basis of this model is a scenario or script of the lesson of mathematics for the 2nd and 5th grade. The simulator has typical mistakes of the teacher beginner, which will be programmed as the goal. And the second one is a simulator to solve different geometrical tasks, assignments. That's the simulator and the simulator of the lesson. If a student failed to solve a task, then the program will not allow him to use the simulator simulator. So this simulator, you can get acquainted with it using the link of the website and the presentation. In future, we are going to do the same for the disabled pupils. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Thank you to the rector for her personal time to introduce the project. The simulator for a long time has been one of the main instruments in business schools education. Now it came down to the public administrators and executives, and now it makes us happy that this powerful instrument allows us to predict what situation will become critical, and this opportunity to rehearse answers has come down to schools, and this is an opportunity for them to rehearse all stressful problems. The next project is DUTech, Digital University. Colleagues, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Can you hear us well? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm the head of DUTech projects. So DUTech, the most burning is digital globalization, and higher education field also is important in the current program products does not give you a program that will allow you to do it from any point of the world. So integrated with and being user-friendly. So thus we provide our ecosystem for digital university. The project is for higher education, both private and state-owned, and not only for Russia, but for foreign countries too. Currently, we have several direct competitors in our country, which is platform which was developed at ONS, and the leader here is the cooperation of Galactica. They provide higher opportunities, a wide range of opportunities and wide service. And along with this, major universities of our countries are capable of providing such software themselves, but we do have a specific opportunity to use web and mobile applications, besides integrating with the embedded GovTech and platforms, and besides and design opportunities, because based on the Kubernetes, it is not the case. So what we offer is personal account, single personal account, allowing you, the students, for separately for students and for employees and teachers and professors, and for students a separate module of individual trajectory predicting the curriculum, and facilitates and improves his capabilities. And also multifunctional center of public services and the standard systems of administration, monitoring, and collection of data, service for the 3D model of the university, and the total template of the website, because we are planning to attract several universities for the project, and for the for the new students, and in the 3D model, you will be able to see it anew. So we have concluded several agreements with State Pedagogical University, and we use them as special base of development. So since we started only last October, we are developing the new architecture and the database.
As the architecture, we use SQL, and for servers and clients, Real.js and LG. We plan to go to the market fall 2022 and show the product and personal account for students, and implement it in at least 2 universities. By 2024, we plan to create 3 full-fledged products and cover 5 regions, and increase the amount of clients up to 3, orders up to 3. We have 5 people on the team from our pedagogical university. Me, Nikita, Yuri, Ilya, and Artyom met each other at the classes of Mr. Fedorovich. He brought us together and explained the problem. We decided to tackle it together. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I would like to say that me, as a lecturer at the university, I'm happy that we have more platforms around now and more opportunities for active interaction with our students of bachelor's and master's degrees. But I'm interested, when will we start teaching not in Zoom or Teams platform, but another platform, a single platform, an advanced Russian solution. Hope that next time we will hear something about such platform. And now I'm giving the floor to our next speaker, Pseudorus, mobile app for Russian speaking, for Russian language students among foreigners. Please, the floor is yours. You have 4 minutes. Hello, my name is Igor Alexander. I'm Deputy Director of a department Kazan State University. So I'm offering project for teaching pronunciation in the Russian language for foreigners. So pronunciation among foreign students is very important because incorrect pronunciation in speaking language sometimes make it impossible to communicate in social and educational life of students. And this is a real challenge, and many universities try to tackle this problem. And in this problem, we need modern approach, partial transition to digital education, additional education through mobile apps. Going to remote regime is especially important now. Sorry.
Презентацию не видно, да?
Can you see the presentation? So this approach is very relevant due to current epidemiological conditions. Now universities use various solutions and go to online education, but it is mostly about online lessons and students recording their homework, and they send it to teachers, they check it, but there is no automation in it. We created a series of mobile apps. One of them is teaching you the Russian language, offering you proper pronunciation of words in the Russian language for foreign students through language and speech recognition, and it can identify the defects of pronunciation, and there are tests to improve articulation, and the lessons are tested by the leading specialists of the Russian language teachers of the department, and the platform is developed by developers and programmers and engineers of the Kazan University. Now the app is tested in the Kazan State University. Engine was created in vibroacoustic and psychoacoustic analysis that is supplied in all applications. So the uniqueness of this app is that it is focusing especially on pronunciation of foreign students. It's not just the understanding by neural network of the words, but the acoustic analysis of signals that allows the platform to identify flaws in pronunciation, developing specific curriculum for every student depending on his or her performance. Such products were developed for iOS and Android and are applied now in the university. Now it is certified, it is offered in App Store. We plan to offer it for B2B, selling it to students in App Store, and B2C, offering it to universities, and is adapted for the design of universities, and then they will be available for students of such universities. Universities can adapt and integrate and attract more foreign students for their courses, and make the university more attractive for international students when applying the app. In social adaptation, better adaptation of students, universities can improve their indicators through involving international and advanced technologies in their curriculum. Mathematicians, engineers, and programmers developed the app. Thank you very much for your attention. You can find the app in the App Store. Thank you very much. I will check it out today. Thank you very much for your advanced project. So now we are going away from phonetic classrooms where we studied the language. E-Learn Me, the next project, interactive online courses for programming, mathematics, and IT. So while colleagues are preparing, jury members, please fill in the forms of assessment, and you can send me your questions and comments to WhatsApp about the presentations of our presenters and finalists. E-Learn Me, please, you're welcome. So hello everyone, you can see the slides. If no, then please tell me. My name is Yelena. I work in a Contour IT company that is producing products for businesses, but sometimes we produce educational products. You-Learn Me is a platform that we created in 2014 on the basis of the Urals Federal University. Colleagues are here with us now from the university. Probably you know the project. You-Learn was created in the following way. For many years, we've been teaching in the university, and our developers teach the students, and we decided to automate the process and scale it up. We like such processes as an IT company. And there was a problem. The number of students grew, and traditional approaches didn't work effectively. And programming courses is a specific product that cannot always be offered successfully in traditional frameworks. So the idea was that after pilot group, we can automate through recording videos, and annually more than 1,000 students enroll, and you cannot have all of them in one classroom. Video lectures can tackle this, and students can watch videos when it is convenient for them. We also thought about how to cover as many students as possible during workshops and practices, and we automated homework checking, and this lifts some of the load from teachers and lecturers, so you can teach a lot of students through such approaches. And now we have a format called mixed education, or a classroom, vice versa, a reversed class. So the teacher is marking the homework on the platform, and in the classroom they're mostly practicing looking into specific questions and tasks. When students are full in the context, what happens? So he's not just sitting there with empty head, but he made some homework and received feedback from the system, and he has some depth of knowledge, and he can make discussions. So let's go across various bookmarks, video lectures for each course, and also tasks with the code students should tackle. In every module, there are several of them, and there are tests that are checking what depth of knowledge of theory a student has. And the structure of the course is as follows. It is structured along with a semester, one module, so 14 modules is a semester. What teachers can do, they can set up many groups and distribute students among groups, and mark their performance and look at the spreadsheet how students perform. This is a real group. You see, there are guys who perform well, but some of them are lagging behind. So we see the students we should contact more. We see statistics of visiting the slides and lectures, what videos they watched, what problems they might face, and we can give feedback before we start a face-to-face lecture. E-Learn was created on the basis of Urals State University, but now more than 11 universities across the country are using it, and we are offering the platform to universities. It is free of charge, and the more partners we have, the more people study programming in a modern way, the better. So I think this is it. Thank you very much. A very interesting project indeed. And I want to say that if teachers hate a platform because it is inconvenient, probably it is important, but with inconvenient interface, and students can also hate the platform because it might be important but not very convenient, and COVID and things like that. And sometimes people do not like the subject they study. I hope that through your platforms, people will love the subject, and because when we do something with pleasure, it means we like the subject we are studying through such platforms. So I wish you success and see you at the award ceremony. Thank you very much. So jury members, please fill in our forms for assessment. And now I'm giving the floor to... We will go into the next nomination after a short technical break. The best IT solution for additional education. Thank you.
продолжаем представлять
We will
номинантов премии
continue showing the
Вчера
finalists of Digital Summit Award. Yesterday, Mikhail Mishustin stressed that uninterrupted education is one of the main trends of today's education, and we're happy to show you today the finalists of the nomination, the best IT solution for additional education. We will show them me, Ksenia Tkacheva, Director of the Center for Training of Digital Transformation Teams from RANEPA, and Sergei Mardanov, Deputy Director of Sferm Platform VK. Now we will go to participants of our nomination. I would like to stress that our timing is very strict, 4 minutes, not more than that. And I'm giving the floor to our first project, remote system on theoretic training for drivers is the project. Please, you're welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Dagaev Artyom. I'm Director General of Public Joint Stock Company Svetofor Group. This is resident of Innovative Center Skolkovo. We are offering remote theoretical training for drivers of all categories in the country. We offer high-quality training for drivers and reduction of accidents, number of accidents in the country. A short video for how we do it. Our company has developed an IT system for additional professional education for drivers of vehicles of all categories as theoretic training in online mode. The system offers lectures online with a latency of not more than 500 milliseconds, and teachers can offer interactive tasks online and get instant feedback from the audience. The listeners, viewers of the lectures can view them in smartphones, tablets, or notebooks using convenient apps for iOS and Android. The students can interact with the teacher through chat during lectures or voice messages or voice interaction, raising hands. Can you tell me how can we remember the signals? The system is very simple, and it feels like you are sitting in a classroom at a lecture, but actually the background is a complicated technological platform based on the most advanced technologies. This is a Russian-made technology. The content of lectures is structured in a way that it includes native psycho testing for drivers during lectures, and also such tests can show the individual proneness to risks among drivers and structure the lectures in the best convenient way for them. So this is as an add-on for the main platform to offer high-quality education online service for drivers using artificial intelligence when identifying individual psycho and physiological peculiarities, structuring risk profiles of future drivers, and development of knowledge and skills and psycho-emotional characteristics of the students or those tested. The block will define and forecast the profile, psycho peculiarities of drivers, and forecast their driving behavior and their attitude towards risks, behavioral characteristics, the trends to abide the traffic rules. Individual recommendations can be offered during the training and for further practice and correction of behavioral characteristics if needed. The own LMS system based on WebRTC technology is embedded and implemented, successfully operating and commercialized. It offers clients lectures in online mode and also recorded lectures. You can answer questions of exam tickets and ask questions to lecturers and go through tests, including psychophysiological one, with involvement of the Department of Psychophysiology Department 9 tests are developed. XAPI technology allows you to save tens of parameters and statistics of behavior of users. Basing on test results, individual profile of a client is structured as a future driver. You can see the tendency to take risks or speeding or slowed reaction. The company works with specific centers for drivers across the whole country, and we plan to reach 100,000 users in 2022, those tested and trained through our system in the Russian Federation.
Уважаемые коллеги,
So, dear colleagues,
надеюсь, вам понравился наш
I
ролик.
hope
Будем
that
рады
you liked our video and we'll be happy to see you among our clients. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, I hope that you can. Well, Irina, indeed, the system is very interesting. I've looked at all the projects. I'm happy to see you among the finalists, but nevertheless, we have still several teams to go. Cross-browser, eager and service to create educating games, and Pavel and Natalia, as far as I understand, are going to introduce. As far as I know, you have a video. Please show it to us. Welcome. I'm Natalia Kostakova. I'm the head of the developers team of game service. While I'm talking about those opportunities and the trends of gamification in education, the game for patriotic education, the way of heroes from Yaroslavl. And you will see how easy it is for a teacher to set up a course or a lesson, just having prepared cards, making them connected with using legends. And you don't have to be to have a master of the language, computer language, and the word difficulties of translation, and that is why the calculators of efficiency indicators showed that the interest of the pupils and students declined because of the complexity. Currently, there is a demand in the market in the instruments of fast implementation of online methodologies in gaming, and a lot of psychological educating games are created in cardboard version, and of course to transfer it into online. Well, if you use programmers, it will cost you money and time. So, but this can be done very simply and fast. That is why in 2019 we started to develop this platform. In 2020, the first release was out. Among the game developers, we currently have methodologies from big universities. They identify their succession planning, and but still the main users of the platform are the specialists of support professions, using games to rehabilitate, to set up financial thinking, and help to choose or select profession and teach soft and hard skills. So this gamification of any subject down to the development of mentorship through games in different areas, promoting social projects and initiatives through gaming solutions. Since online games are a space young people are well acquainted with, so it is very easy to get it to drive it home to them. And every month we are teaching using games of 3,700 users. So you don't have to install it into your gadget, and it does not depend on third-party foreign marketplaces or developers. It allows you to teach hybrid information when the participants are in one place, but according to the sanitary norms, but they use gadgets to play. And in 2022, there will be a library of templates with mechanics of the games to simplify the development for teachers, for professors. Historical cases will be put there, and the cards and the assignments and the methodologists will only have to load his exercise. The main advantage of this platform is specialization for educating games, unlike the foreign analogs, which are entertaining mostly. Our team will be happy to implement this gaming methodology to select instruments for the play and game to be the most effective and useful for you and your students. Upgrade the efficiency of education through the economy of impressions. Natalia, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's get over to the next participant, and I'm sure many of you have heard about this project, which is educational online platform Uchi.ru. So the floor is for you, Sergey. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and I hope that you might see my presentation on the screen. This educational platform, Uchi.ru, is developing the educational platform since 2013, and today we have more than 8 million pupils, and we are successfully exporting it to the BRICS countries, the United States, Canada. Mostly it's mathematics, English language. They're successfully used abroad. When we realized that schools and that school subjects cover more than 500,000 pupils, we started to develop additional education, and we have interactive courses for primary school on financial literacy, on programming, on goal setting, and we can see that how popular the courses are along with the main school subjects. And in some classes, we can even see that additional education and courses, especially in personal skills, are successful and are more used in schools. And why is it so easy and simple? I'm sure that if you have children, you are acquainted with our content based on personalized teaching. A question is asked based on an animation, a colorful animation. If the answer is right, then the system offers him the next step, and then step by step, this personal system is implemented. If a pupil makes a mistake, then an additional comfortable question is selected to fill the gap. Why is it convenient for teachers? Because it is automated, because it's ready-made content, and the teacher with no programming skills can lead a programming circle in the primary school. And we can see huge demand, especially in third and fourth grades, in additional education and programming. And we can see that teachers are very happy to be involved into the work. And there are some other cool and huge projects we did in safe roads. More than 4 million teachers of primary schools were involved, and they used their professionalism, and the content of additional education we have on the platform does complement and make the educational process for teachers more interesting. And we now realize that the same trend and request is there in the 9th and 11th, in the 10th classes, and the 11th grade. They are already getting prepared for the exams. We have 2 programming courses where children and pupils are doing their first year, and we can see that they get involved happily. And we are planning to develop time management and personal skills, and also chess courses. And we are #1 in views in Russia, and we are very much proud of the fact of our position in than the site and the view time. Well, for educational programs, it's cool, and it's first place. Among the additional educations, well, in 2021, there was a cool contest where we were number 2. It's the Ministry of Education award, and we're very much proud of popularizing science in Russian education. Thank you very much. That is from me. Sergey, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to draw your attention, the attention of the jury. They're very attentively looking at us, so you will have only 5 minutes to draw the results. Please be very fast in doing it. But we will learn very fast who's going to win, because right after the session, we will have the awarding ceremony session. So our competitors have new projects to offer. They want to share with us. So the next project is the Territory of Intellect. Please introduce yourselves. 1 second, colleagues. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Dmitriev Igor. I represent the Territory of Intellect. It was initiated by the administration of the Tomsk region in 2018. The objective was to create youth succession planning among the pupils and school children based on the digital transformation. The idea of the project was to get pupils involved in performing real orders and implementing real tasks. Today, indeed, there are thousands of children who are involved and became youth reserve and successors. So if we are sure that if every region has this succession planning, those children will be the drivers of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, agrobiological technologies, space, and other areas will be motivated. The key solution of the Territory of Intellect is My Track platform. The idea is for the children to start from very simple challenges down to very complicated orders and assignments of their regions. When they do it, they create their own digital profile and professional competences, because every project is split into professional profiles, and also the digital profile for each child from 12 to 18 is made up, and you can thus see the professional history of development of every kid. And if previously the academic success was the score, and we now realize that that's not enough. It is important to increase the professional competences, and that's exactly what this platform allows us to do. More than 200 projects and orders from enterprises have been implemented. The customers were the different Siberian Botanical Garden and other companies, and cafes and pharmacies, and every enterprise interacting with the children continue to do so, because they could see how important this potential is, and their reactive capabilities, technological skills to use them in the development areas. So today, quite serious deliverables have been presented in the Tomsk region. More than 600 schools were, 60% of schools joined this project, which is 180 schools now. More than 800 people improved their qualifications. 20,000 kids were in this program. 10,000 made up their digital profile. profiles of professional skills in the My Track platform. 3,000 of them already tried themselves in implementing orders from enterprises. And you can see on the slide their capabilities, and we are ready to show similar results in other regions, not only in Tomsk. The project has been fully packaged, and the basis for the implementation is 600, which is a great number of digital transformation and of education. So the team is the Open Youth University, which is autonomous non-profit organization, been operating since 2001, and the program curriculum has more than 250 people from 56 regions of Russia. All projects of Open Youth University are leadership projects of the Agency of Strategic Initiatives, and we are very proud of that. Since 2022, we are ready to implement projects in other regions, and we do believe that the youth human resources and the territory of intellect will motivate the economy of advanced development. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you, Igor. Wish you success in promoting yourselves in other regions. So we have the last contestant we would like to listen to is Alma Shuter. And I'm giving the floor to you, Dmitry. Good afternoon. My name is Dmitry Filanenko, and it's Anima Shooter Projects, which is a software to create shooter animation using the digital mirror cameras and web cameras. Anima Shooter is fully Russian-made project. Anima Shooter has three ways: Anima Shooter Capture, Pioneer, and Junior. Three programs differ in the functionalities. They belong to and the design of the package. The licensing scheme for the project was quite democratic. 80% of all the functions of any program can be fully used free of charge. Those Capture and Pioneer are paid for. Anima Shooter Capture differs from the other two is that it allows you to shoot animation using photo cameras, Canon photo camera, and web cameras, and also are capable of exporting the video. Anima Shooter Pioneers is capable of using any web cameras and exporting video. Anima Shooter Junior can use web cameras with full set of functionalities for stop motion, but is not capable of video or getting connected to mirror photo cameras. What differentiates this project from others? It has a lot of functions already, which we managed to embed function which allows the animator to simplify the work and the production process dramatically. Nevertheless, the program still is quite simple, and interface can be mastered by children even. Another serious advantage is that the program works well even in very weak computers. That's important because the computer park, not only in Russia but in the world, is very different. And cheap computers with small memory volumes, and there are very many of them in the world. We are updating the functionalities and trying to make it more modern. And that is why for any animator, Anima Shooter is almost a ready-made instrument which allows you to do whatever you need in the production process while shooting. Anima Shooter is part of Russian software registered by the Ministry of Communications. It's a fully Russian-made product. First of all, it's a free of charge version. Anima Shooter is used in children's motion studios all over the world, not only in Russia. In the Latin and Central America, in Europe, Asia, and wherever. The advantage of Anima Shooter allows it to be so well distributed. As I said, it's clarity for unprepared people and for children. For teachers have very good feedback about that. The project is supported by another project, Школа.ru. They have specialized equipment, machines and metal structures, which allows you to set up a studio from scratch. You can take Anima Shooter, machines and methodology to make up a full studio. And the main advantage, so those are the main advantage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the finalists. We are finalizing the presentations for the jury to be able to set the scores and for the organizing committee to review the results. And very soon we will find out the winners. And I think that's the best session with the best projects. And they are great. And you already won that you are in the finals. But who's going to be given this great statuette? We will learn in several minutes. Thank you.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, мы
So, dear
продолжаем.
friends,
И прямо
let's
сейчас
continue.
со мной
Right now, together with me here in the studio, we are having Maksud Shadaev, the Minister of Digital Development and Mass Communications of the Russian Federation, and the head of Supervisory Board of Digital Summit. And now we are having news for you. We have the first winners now. 3 envelopes are in the hands of Maksut Igorovich with answers to questions. Who are the winners in 3 nominations that have presented? The first, good afternoon, hello. So as far as I understand, in some of the nominations, we're still calculating the votes. Yes, and colleagues will be presenting by the end of the day, but this is the first winners. The first nomination, the first state service. The best state service. This is the nomination the Ministry of Digital Development is in charge of. We have 5 winners. I will articulate all of them, 5 nomination participants, and then the winner is Asaga Assistant, mobile app for Euro Protocol Online, information system for municipal payments from the Republic of Tatarstan, computer interpreter into Russian Sign Language, and it turns out that we have 2 leaders taking the first place. The single city identifier MOS ID, the system where all Muscovites authorized to get electronic state services, and the federal super service digital enforcement proceedings. So this service helps people to know that there are proceedings against them and to pay fines they did not pay on time. So very good. This is good result indeed. One regional solution and 1 large federal service are the winners. Very good. Yes, very strong projects indeed, and it was hard for jury members to select, and 29 people voted across the whole country for the nomination. It means it is 29 regional ministers who will then use the solutions they were assessing, and they will be using those who are winners, obviously. The best IT solution for school education is the next nomination. This is a very important nomination because my eldest daughter is now in grade 1. And now, here we have 6 finalists, 6 winners. 01 math solution, education platform for school children from grade 1 to 4 iSmart, special case platform, особый случай, digital platform Dnevnik RU. I implemented this at a point of time in the Moscow region where I worked. This is still the main platform for electronic diaries, and Sberclass digital education platform, so large tech company is also a participant, and the winner is modern education platform. Very good. 1 winner, 1 solution here. You know, in the final, people vote with their heart. Of course, it is important how they assess on the expert level, how they assess projects very, very deeply and ask for additional information. But the presentation was so active and igniting. Yes. So foundation, basis of digitalization, very important. Investment platform Vdela, online doc, messenger. And this is the Messenger cloud platform for distance monitoring of patients for doctors. That's very important, knowing that this year we've completed to switch all to give access to all medical institutions to internet, and Robin platform for creation of digital employees. I think yes, digital employees, well, yes, sounds great. And Zdarovye.ru is the winner, support for people with chronic diseases. Digital solutions offer constant communication with chronic disease patients to control and monitor their their condition. So Zdоровье.ru is the winner in this nomination. No comments, no other comments from me. Okay, fine. We will give more information to everyone. But now, who is the winner in AI nomination? Lisa, you know the answer. You have the answer. Yes, we will now have the winner. It's for the first time that we have this nomination this year, the best AI solution in state management from regions. And first of all, thank you very much to participants. Thank you very much for supporting this nomination. And now we got to know a lot of practices in AI in the regions of Russia. Yes, in Moscow, we see 2/3 of ICT sector located in here. In Moscow is implementing a lot of solutions based on AI. But the trend of the recent year is not just implementing the best AI practices in the regions, but also our own development. And it was a pleasure for us to see many developments like this in the competition. And let's see who the winner is for the nomination. So the winner in the nomination, the best regional AI solution in state management, state service, is the Tula region, with the project of digital platform on AI, voice robot Nikolai. I think this is a deserved award because colleagues show not only effective integration but improvement of user experience of citizens, and that's the ultimate target of digitalization, better comfort for people. Fine. Best solutions, IT solutions for higher education. I wanted to ask Lisa, will Moscow implement anything from what you see among regional solutions? I think we will talk to regions, obviously, to get to know more about the best practices and technologies. The regions show not only the whole sphere, but the models. And I think this is a very good thing to start our interaction with and scale up best practices. So the best IT solutions for higher education. So let's start with all participants. Simulator of pedagogical activities, DU Tech Digital University, Studio Rus mobile app for pronunciation skills among foreigners in the Russian language, and you learn me with interactive online courses in development, programming, maths, and IT. Digital simulator of pedagogic activity. So let's applaud. This is the winner for the nomination. Maksut Igorovich, a question. The projects are very strong, and you put it right. The finalists are laureates. They will have diplomas with your signature, diplomas laureates. And the prize itself, this is the prize of the sympathy. That's how the jury voted. But what will happen next with these applications? Will we lose them or not? No, I think everything. We have now around 800 applications. This is the record this year, the number of nominations, the number of experts, and the huge interest in the IT sector among regions to share the best practices and get appreciation of the results, achievements, the things that are achieved in the region. In the regions, and I think the results are very positive. The solutions from IT companies will become the basis for best practices, and this will, of course, allow us to make a step further, and these solutions become standard in a year or two, and over this period of time, a lot of new things will emerge. Moscow is the main innovator now. I'm sure that all these things will be scaled up. That's great. So this is just the first results. Just in a minute, we will start presentations in the next nomination. And right now, people are online and they are nervous before starting. The best IT solutions for power sector, the moderator is Anton Zubkov, Managing Executive Director of World Power Association. So, guys, best of luck and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much. And now the technical break.
Добрый день. Для меня, как исполнительного директора
For me,
Ассоциации
as
«Цифровая энергетика»,
Executive Director of Association Global Power, is an honor to present this nomination. The association in 2019 was set up by the decision of the Ministry of Energy of Russia. We are a center of competences for digital transformation in power sector, bringing together efforts of the leading energy companies, representatives of the power and experts. As the association is an expert platform where new and current relevant projects and initiatives are looked at. Knowing that in Digital Solutions for Power nomination, we are having it for the first time this year, and it's a pleasure for us to moderate this event and act as an information partner. We are very surprised that we had more than 40 applications, 40 projects participating in the nomination, and we're sure that IT projects can contribute a lot in the development of the sector. That's why I suggest that we go to presentations of the projects. Final of the nomination, the best IT solution for the power sector, we have 6 laureates, and let us have the presentation of projects now. Please stick to the timing for presentations. 4 minutes each. First project, optimization of power station operations regime through digital twins. Please, you're welcome.
Коллеги, слышно ли?
Can you hear us?
Я прошу выступить
I'd
оптимизация
ask
режимов
the project optimization of power stations, optimization of processes through digital twins. Please, you're welcome. You can start.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Меня зовут Андрей Сахнисолов.
My name is Andrei Kirsanov. I'm director of development director of our company. Optimization of power stations through digital twins of stations. As of now, in our country, we see a large problem of irrational utilization of our resources due to incorrect requests for wholesale market of power capacities. Incorrect load of equipment came as heritage of planned economy. And digital twin can be a solution in this case. Digital twin of a facility optimizing all processes, including technological and commercial ones, and increase the marginal profit of companies. Digital twin, how can it operate? Optimize the regime of operations of equipment, optimize price requests in the market, and allows us to have maximum marginal profit of generating company. Digital twin is a copy of physical object or a process, allowing us to optimize the business process basing on a criteria. And in our case, this criteria is maximization of marginal profit. Since the stations will be able to work in a more effective way, utilizing a digital twin, then sending requests to the market and generate electricity with lower costs is also possible, and it means lower prices for end consumers of electricity. How do we create our digital twins? Basing on the documents that are there in the station's technological schemes and other documents, we're creating the concept of a facility and calibrate it to actual data for the twin to be similar to the station, and then we add commercial indicators like buying and power resources and the market of sales of energy resources. Our approach is mixed linear programming that allows us to find and guarantee that the regime found is the most profitable, and neither person nor a system can find a better regime. So this allows us to offer companies who implement the system an impact of 1.6% from total costs, and the payback period gets shorter. And this slide shows companies who have already implemented the digital twins, and they get additional economic benefits from it. And we can take all risks starting from implementation of the digital twin on ourselves. And the revenue share is an approach we are offering. What does it mean? We come to a station, to a facility, and implement digital twin on our own. And when the model is calibrated, we calculate additional economic impact the model is offering. If we achieve the impact we've agreed upon with the client pays us part of the profit and then works with the system on its own. Our team has been long in the market for more than 27 years. 195 stations are covered with our solution, 95 gigawatts of power capacity, more than 30% of the whole market. We have 130 unique experienced people working on the team. And I would like to say that all products of our company are included into the single register and are in line with the import substitution requirements. Colleagues, that's it from me. I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting. And thank you very much for being in the timing. So I'd suggest that we go to the next project, and all questions from the jury members, I will ask them at the end. The next project, MTS platform to find commercial losses in electricity grids. Good afternoon. My name is Alexey Barbetov. I am product expert in MTS, work in the Center of Internet of Things. And today I'm showing you a project that we've successfully implemented in the Republic of Bashkortostan, the platform for losing and identifying commercial losses in power grids. So these problems are relevant for the market. We can calculate and assess commercial losses. Commercial losses, when we say this term, this is actually theft of electricity. And we work with grid companies. Grid companies have this burden of compensation of losses in the market. Legislatively, it is so structured in a way that the losses in the grids are paid for from the budget of the grid company. When consumers steal electricity, it doesn't fade away. This electricity is paid for by the company. When the meter is damaged, it means lost profit for the company. The meter is not working correctly, and this electricity goes to the grid anyway, and you have to pay for it. So the grid company pays for it, and but with higher tariff for compensation of losses. And problem number 3 that we see is changing the meter, because in the current legislation, all meters are on the balance of either a network or a grid company. All these companies operate within the framework of legislation and publish reports, and you can calculate what losses these companies have during a year. Our assessment is that the 30% of all losses is stealing. It is 150 billion rubles per year. And for this, to fight against this problem, we have a platform in the MTS cloud that can be connected to current systems and takes the data from profile of consumption of end users. We do not look at the topology, but why? Because sometimes topology is not available or is unclear, or there are flaws, and we work with each and every subscriber separately. We analyze the profile of consumption, and we started the technological partnership with Bashkirenergo. Colleagues helped us a lot and offered us initial data and allowed us and helped us to use AI and fine-tune the model using EVG boost, random approaches, neural networks for frauds, and statistic methods. Where through simple maths we try to check an assumption. None of the models give us 100% guarantee, but as a result, when we compare and see that all maths show the same meter, we can say with high probability that there is a suspicion about this particular metering device. When we are setting up a list for checking, we send it to the special center, and the checks are made by special teams, and they go to the fields and check the devices with specific equipment. If there are suspicions, we ask them to make comments. Models, we have several models operating now, artificial intelligence and statistical methods, and this was done on purpose to use various ways. These are various different groups and centers inside MTS. We have strong competences in big data, that's why we have mathematicians from there, and for these people, 20 to 220 hertz current is okay. The main thing for them is time ROS, and also the group that looked into the physics of the process, and we see synergy when these methods overlap. We also use external sources of data, cadastral services. We look at the space of premises and look at data on the weather and data from the core of the network of MTS. This is internet traffic. Why? Because in order to identify mining farms, this is one of the tricks of our system that allow us to increase the accuracy. Mining is not illegal, but this is a provoking situation where OPEX costs is mostly electricity. If the meter is abused, then they can have super profit. We checked it and identified the mining farm and huge load and frauded meter. It was a very interesting project. To make it more convenient to work with us for the company, we have cartography interface and TAIR system that allows us to have a convenient process for the teams working in the field. We see in the maps that the frauds just are located in specific areas. So it means a team is just working to make the meters fail, and we see a lot of meters that work incorrectly. We had a pilot in Bashkirenergo. As a result of this pilot, we received very good results. The efficiency of the system is around 30%. Just to clarify, from 100 devices we have for monitoring, 30 is proved.
With the account of the fact that there might be some errors, mistakes, and respectively, that's a very bad result. Well, the system is tailor-made for anomalies, so besides identification of errors, we also can identify the wrong calculations. For instance, if a person is registered as physical person, entity, but somehow he is having some business. In these cases, for during the 3 audits, we identified 25 metering measures, and we thus can save about 5 million rubles for a company. So we have several centers, Internet of Things and Big Data Center. We collect the best competences to provide the best products for the energy sector. Thank you very much. Alexei, thank you. I think that this solution is good not only for grid companies, but for consumers. Let's get over to the next service and control of linear personnel. Good afternoon. I represent IT company for the linear staff for electricity companies. The idea of creating this platform, you might know that those activities are performed in very harsh conditions, snow, rain, and very often in dark time of the day, and where the biggest number of mistakes made, which lead to failures, and about 150 mistakes were made, which led to outages. Well, you can calculate how much the company loses. One chemical plant the marriage or outage costs 40 million rubles. And here we can see that physical factors are to blame, and our platform is designed for organizations for the connection between subscribers and with an opportunity to transfer data to the dispatcher and control room. Everyone who has the key can get an access, and this cloud service allows you to analyze the activities of your staff, to identify mistakes and errors in operations, and also follow the HSE rules. To transfer data among the employees, we use this video fixation system. So this upgrade the production and facility safety, which allows us to position the subscribers using the GPS and allows you to optimize the movements of technical staff along the production facilities. Wi-Fi and LTE provide some good coverage. Thus, all data is transferred through cloud. During the year, we will connect to the module which synchronizes the mobile devices, and using this with a lighting allows us to have video broadcasting in any condition, irrespective of weather conditions. So we launched the pilot in a refinery, and which allowed us to minimize the losses of power services and reduce the number of cases of incidents in different situations, and also it allows them to teach and train their personnel better. The Intersvязь is a federal telecommunication company, and we are the leader in the market of Chelyabinsk region. Since 2017, we, during the period, have implemented a lot of new projects and technologies. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting. Let's get over to the next project, which is system of operative remote control of heating systems using the LoRaWAN's throughput capacity. Please put it on the screen.
Коллеги, не слышно.
Colleagues, there's no sound. Sorry. Sorry. Good afternoon again, dear jury members and listeners. My name is Marcel, and I am the head of the sector of computer and IT solutions. And thank you very much for adopting our project and this conference, and allow me to talk about my project.
У всех у нас под ногами
We all have heating pipes which are subject for corrosion, and this will lead to different cuts and failures in heat supplies and hot water, which makes the life of the people hard. And this also can lead to breaking of road surfaces, and all modern heating networks are made of pipes with heating isolation, and you can see it. And currently, this is done manual. The emergency team usually come down to the incident, and this does not allow you to fast monitor the isolation of the pipeline. And we suggest this technology, which is installed into the pipe to get the measures to transfer it through LoRaWAN. And usually it is installed on the roofs of the buildings and distributed and disseminated in the territory of the city to provide good coverage. And then it goes to the servers, and the dispatcher and the controller can see it on his screen. One of the peculiarities is autonomy of LoRaWAN using the batteries in the pipelines, because there's no electric current in the pipelines. So for 2 years running, we've been testing the technology LoRaWAN in a number of industrial enterprises and facilities of power. But in 2021, with the support of the Fund of Development of Information Technology, together with Tatanergo, we did it in 3 cities of Tatarstan: Nabezhny Chelny, and Kazan, and Nizhny-Kamsk, with 38 in number. So this solution allows you to remotely monitor the status of the pipeline real time, and to be more operative in reacting, and also can see the disseminated facilities to identify the deficiencies and to start fixing. So I'm ready to brag that it costs only less than 30 million, and it is fully based on the Russian software and Russian-made equipment created by Russian specialists. So we started in 2021, and it functions in more than 60 countries of the world. LoRaWAN technology has a very remote, very lengthy distance, which is about 15 kilometers, and along with operative diagnostics, so the LoRaWAN will allow you to be deployed in different systems like smart city. It's the metering devices. It's cold and hot water meters, and this is very easily scalable, and we're going to develop it further on with the social infrastructure to solve different issues, and we are ready to provide an access free of charge to the system. So we invite everyone to use the system. Thank you very much. Marcel, thank you very much. Let's get over to the next project, and which is the system of data collection from metering devices of consumers of heated energy. 4 minutes for you. Good afternoon. My name is Artur Manapov. I represent Tatanergo. Would like to briefly share the system of collection of metering devices data we developed together with Tata Energy. Now let's start with saying that we all realize that any resource consumed can be measured using the devices. If in electricity and water supplies the process is quite clear, we can just deduct. Please relaunch your slides because we cannot see the presentation. Please do it again.
Еще раз показ экрана запустите.
Так, я прошу прощения, тут какие-то технические
Sorry, there are some technical difficulties.
Да, есть.
Вот, да? Таким образом,
so thus, in electricity and heating device, well, the process is clear, and the process here is very difficult because we can measure every hour and every day, and by the end of the day, we will collect masses of data which require additional processing, and before the data is to be transferred to the billing system, we have to first analyze the masses of data as for its adequacy and maybe some failure situations and some interventions to draw the conclusion of whether we should do it or not. If the number of those devices is not very big, then you can easily do it and perform it within the period manually. Though with the adoption of the energy saving law in 2009, we can see dramatic growth of heat metering devices. The question arises as how to process and evaluate the data before it being put into the billing system. Same question was asked by us. And we thus will have either to increase the headcount or, well, the only right solution is to automate the process. In this case, the system allows us to preserve and even upgrade the quality of processing of the data of metering devices and do it timely. Not increasing the headcount, and thus accumulate huge masses of data we further use for detailed analysis and other tasks. For population, that's also very good because the result practically is seen immediately. In 1 or 2 days, it's clear whether the indications are accepted, and they don't have to go down to the basement and then send the data to us. Thus, we have solved the task. And we have to mention that before that, we had calculated and made the calculations visually using the Excel tables, which was very time-consuming. And then we decided to automate the process and reviewed the systems that had been available in the market. But they were not very convenient for us because they were tailor-made for a very narrow billing system, and we could see then that creating a program from scratch, taking into account our experience with indications, is a priority for us than buying a third-party program and then tailor-make it for our conditions. So the system operates as follows. The data we receive goes to the data collection system, and according to a certain algorithm, at the initial stage, incorrect data is cut off. I mean, the data which cannot be accepted for instance, not full data or incomplete data, not fully loaded data,
Then
the completeness of data is being assessed, and if it is complete and sufficient, or if some specific days or hours are missing, then they do it additionally according to the outside temperature or connection system and time and heating period, non-heating period, depending on the inaccuracies and all. At the outset, we receive the data ready for automated billing system loading data, and then we provide it to the billing system along with the list of suspicious facilities. We will have to additionally process or identify the reasons of incorrectness of data. At this time, our project is industrially operating, and the pilot project was in Kazan. Presently, we have expanded the presence of our program down to the Zaysk and Nizhnekamsk subsidiaries. In the near future, we are going to deploy it in Naberezhny Chelny. This allowed us to reduce the time of processing from 3 to 4 days down to 2, and we thus reduced dramatically the time span for this time-consuming and effort-consuming process. And also, we got huge masses of data, and so it means that we're going to further modernize and improve the system of data collection. And we have already developed and are testing the monitoring module of the accumulator data, which will allow us to create the effective instrument to control parameters down to every consumer as to which spot, which plot the failure occurred, where the parameters declined or exaggerated or inflated, which also led to uncomfortable indicators for consumers. And then we will be able to fastly identify the leak of heating carrier in the network. That became possible on the basis of big data analysis of big masses of data. There are a number of other areas which our team is working at in TAT Energo. Arthur, please finish because your time is up. Yes, thank you very much. I will be happy for questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get over to the final project, and I would request you to keep the timing because we're already beyond it. Digital systems of management and the reliability of critical infrastructure. Colleagues, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes.
Оперативно так рассказать.
Please be brief. Can you see the presentation? Great. Colleagues, my name is Alexander. I am the director on ROTEC, Digital System of Management, and I would like to provide our system of technical state of industrial equipment in the process of operations. So since we are in the energy nomination, I'm going to use electricity generation facility, and we have huge experience of interaction with. We have, this is more than 10 years project, and electrical generation and operations with, well, that's all well known. So speaking about the problems we can use our product to solve, well, no one will dispute that the operations of electricity generating equipment is a quite a responsible and comprehensive and difficult process because of a big number of equipment involved. and it is fraught with risks and a lot of failures, which can lead to outages and unplanned other negative consequences. The nature can be very different. Uncontrolled, obsolete equipment, or mistakes of designs, and that's also, or a human factor. It's always there. Mistakes of the staff because of lack of qualified staff in some of the facilities. That's all true. So getting over to materialization of those failure situations, let's look at the highlights we showed based on our statistics. Looking at the statistics of failure, stoppages of energy block units per 1 unit of generating equipment, there are 4 and more stoppages a year. What does it mean? Speaking about the units in DPM or programs, the minimum damage is up to 15-20 million rubles if there are no other consequences related to repayments and delivery of new equipment. But we know cases from history when the damage exceeded the sum of 1 billion rubles. Well, several years ago, we did an analysis of active data on one of the failure, and it was about 1.5 billion rubles of damage in one of the companies. And we objectively show that using the solutions in predictive analysis, with the data analysis and from monitoring, would have allowed them to avoid this kind of damage. And this is exactly what is being successfully solved by our company. I'm not going to read out the slide, but the target areas are the reduction of costs and stoppages and reduction of some unplanned retirement costs. But of course, you can match it if you can all those things. So upgrading of control over repayment works, and in this case, it is important to control the activities of service organizations which are performing the works. In the right bottom corner, you can see the numbers which presents statistics of multi-year application in electrical generations. And since the inception, in this specific case, you can reach reduction of unplanned stoppages of equipment up to 2 times or more, and reduce the damages and losses related to low-quality repayments to 30%. Well, people, of course, value their reputation, and that's quite logical. And if you look at the picture at from the customer's side, we can say that the payback of this solution for our customer happens less than in 3 years, usually 2 years. One of the projects which was quite large scale, but in 2017, at the end of 2018, the customer recognized the payback in 2 years, and we prevented a number of large-scale failures and damages. So, and with a number of the equipment which is connected. So, in a nutshell, that's computer complex, software computer complex, which is a powerful analytical nuclear. Sorry for this. With complicated mathematical unit and with a number of different methods to analyze.
For instance, for gas turbine, in a unit of time, we accumulate around 500 parameters. At least 300 or 400 of them participate in formulation of the model and analysis of deviation of such parameters from the normality that is defined by the target model.
алгоритмом изначально, который был положен при создании продукта.
So the algorithm that is the basis for the product, the analytical core is the MSET method, the method for the analysis of a monitoring model that articulate the behavior of the object and creates the target model. For various modes of operations of equipment, these models are different. After repayment is made, normality will be changed and the model is updated. And basing on these models, in online mode, this mathematical core is making the calculation of integral indicators of technical condition of the monitoring objects. So let's finish the presentation. Okay, fine. The applicability of this solution for us is power sector. Our portfolio is 80% is there, and we're making successful steps in oil and gas, and also chemistry and transportation are also promising areas for us. We are working in the Russian market. Our competitors are General Electric, Schneider, and Siemens, and we're quite successful in the market. We can support a wide range of equipment, and another important thing, we are the only in the Russian Federation, the only Russian company with Russian development, with Russian software, with such archive of data, live data of operating equipment, with more than 30 patents in various areas. And we prevented a lot of incidents in the power sector of the Russian Federation. On our team, we have experts in machine building and power sector, developers of turbine equipment, and me. So I will be happy to answer your questions. Welcome. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and we have much things to discuss. Alexandra, thank you very much. Knowing that we are behind our timing, there is just 1.5 minutes for questions from jury. Just a question to service control of line personnel. The question is as follows: how the data is transmitted when the failures stop the supply of electricity to the towers of the operators around? How can the data be transmitted? Can you answer the question? Yes, I can. 30 seconds for you. So the towers of mobile communication are strategically important facilities, and they have their own generators of power. So there cannot be any situations when they are out of electricity. Any other questions from the jury members, please? No questions yet. That's why the jury will go to voting. Colleagues, thank you very much for your projects, for your participation, and we will see you during the award ceremony. Best of luck to all of you, and technical break now. Thank you very much.
И мы снова с вами продолжаем
And we're
конкурс
here
премии
back
«Цифровые
again.
вершины», финальный этап.
The final stage of Digital Summit competition. I would like to introduce Andrei Onin, my co-moderator, chief analyst of Association Digital Transport and Logistics. Hello, colleagues. Let's listen to finalists now. The nomination that is curated by the Ministry of Transportation, the best IT solutions for transport. 4 minutes, not more than that. Colleagues, we are behind our timing and we do not have enough time to ask questions. By the way, members of jury send you the questions and we will send them to you. The task is to set the contact, to get to know each other better. We have questions. We do not have enough time to ask them online, but we will have time if you stick to 4-minute timing. Driverless vessel, complex system of passenger transportation management data park, comprehensive digital solution for public transportation and passenger mobility, and digital platform for organizing the flights. Let's start. Okay, I will start. I will try and be objective enough. I know some of the projects, though. So, colleagues, 4 minutes each. The first project, please. Driverless vessel driving. Hello, my name is Sushinsky Fyodor. I'm development director for systems of unmanned vessel driving. Pilot project in automated and remote vessel driving. It started September 2009 with vessel companies and universities under the support of Ministry of Trade and Industry of Russia and the Russian Maritime Register. Unmanned vehicle vessel driving with all in commercial vessels. The strategic goal of our project is to ensure mass application of unmanned vessels by consumers, creating specific program and hardware and software solutions. The basis of the project is a principle of full functional equivalency that allows us to implement regulatory solutions within the framework of the current sea regulation with technologies available for the commercial markets. It means autonomous mode implementation of the functions that are executed by the crews according to the current regulation. So we are not speaking about unmanned vessel, a vessel without people on board at all. No, we say that for various tasks and various conditions, the most adequate means of driving should be applied. For instance, fully autonomous in open sea, remote driving, and various extreme conditions, situations. Within the project, the autonomous systems were developed, system of coordinated management and system of control of technical capacities. In all automated functions, very simple rule is operating. They should be implemented in the same scope as it is the case now when crews are working on board. So a special dashboard of remote management is implemented where you see all the data of the system. Let me show it to you. The main part of the hardware and the systems are installed on the vessel. The dashboard is in the office of vessel company and is the workplace of operator of an unmanned vehicle and is aiming at all tasks of distance control and management. The operator has the same functions as those of the crew on board. Autonomous navigation system, it is aiming at analysis of the conditions and the movement of the vessel down the route and decisions on maneuvering to visually assess the environment and automated identification of objects around. We have special lighting facilities, artificial eyes that are looking around all the time, 24/7. To control the systems and the parameters, enhanced system of control for technical appliances on the vessel is offered. The data is accumulated online. driving the vessel in autonomous regime is done by the system of control, and the joystick can be used to control the vessel. In 2020, such systems were installed into 3 vessels, commercial vessels. They work, they operate effectively without decommissioning. And this year, we've signed a number of contracts to equip some of the vessels with Citronics Kata in 2022. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to answer all your questions. Thank you very much. Colleagues, you can send us questions. You see the number. We will send them to participants. And now, digital logistics platform, cargo.ru. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes.
Здравствуйте. Вы знали, что транспортные компании практически не
transport companies do not earn money on transportation. 2 reasons to that: low marginality of transportation, and the second and the main reason is it's hard to control the parameters of the business. The first reason is hard to impact. The second one should be impacted. My name is Timur Karimov. I will be speaking about how we change the market of cargo transportation. Typical transport company uses 3 main instruments: GLONASS or subsystem, GLONASS monitoring system, and Excel, where the data is accumulated from the 2 systems mentioned before. And the fragmented nature of the system reduces the efficiency of operations of companies. Our solution consolidates data from several systems. The platform is bringing together the main participants: the director, logistics expert, leader of logistics department, sales manager, chief of the team, and the driver. The platform, the control of the transportation is done by the platform in automated regime, and logistic expert is just is receiving notifications on deviations on the route, and this allows us to improve the efficiency of the fleet and have the reports in real-time mode. A case of our client shows how using the platform he can impact the profit of the company. Reducing the empty runs by 8% gives us 13 million rubles per month for a fleet of 400 vehicles. We've produced a niche solution, but we want to earn money on the whole process of transportation. Now we have cargo graph. We have, as a result of big data analysis, accumulating coordinates from the vehicles. Through digitalization, we've accelerated factoring financing 30 times. CarGarant client can have such service in 1 day. We work with leasing and insurance companies to create new solutions for the market of truck cargo transportation. We have a module of technical servicing and repairment that is under testing now among the clients. We work on the expedition model, forwarding model. Now, before creating this model, our system was focusing on mid-size and large transport companies, automation for such companies. But with the forwarding module, the system can also cover cargo, small cargo companies, and individual entrepreneurs. We think that with electronic transport invoice, CarGarant can contribute into making the cargo transportation wider. Let's speak about the market. 900 billion rubles is the FTL market, and we have clients in Europe. Now, our current indicator, now we cover 7 to 8% of the whole market of FTL transportation. We have more than 50 companies as clients, and 10,845 trucks is the fleet. We grow plus 26% every month in trucks. The turnover of the company is around $1 million. Our clients say that we've created a dream system for transport companies. And I would like to stress it that at the end of the year, we started working with Delco, leader of FTL transportation, the leader of the market. the first company with the largest fleet entrusted us with digitalization of their company. We were able to create this product through our competences. We have 38 people on the team, and we automate transportation companies for more than 12 years now. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much, Timur. Questions, colleagues, please send us your questions. The next project, digital platform, comprehensive system for managing passenger transportation. As far as I understand, this is a project from Moscow, the most complicated city in our country. Please, you're welcome. Hello, my name is Oleg Troshnev. I am representing Megapage and the comprehensive system of managing passenger transportation company. Two projects among nominees are coming from public transportation, and this means this task is very relevant to improve efficiency of such important sector. Comprehensive automation and automated management system for public transportation is one of the key focuses of transport strategy of Russia. As you know, development of city public transportation in various cities and regions face the same typical problems: obsolete fleet, imbalanced route network, intransparent financial flows, and poor quality of control over services. It means we need comprehensive approach and improvement of the system of public transportation basing on digital technologies, and this is an important part of such approach. Of course, regional and city authorities and carriers use specialized information systems, but usually they are obsolete, not integrated enough, and this reduces and limits the opportunities for their development and means not reliable data and makes the whole process quite sluggish. We offer, basing on the digital platform for managing city public transportation, we offer to bring all participants of the process, executive bodies, both on regional and city level, and organizations with responsibilities, and also the carriers, the transportation companies. And this will allow us to simplify the interaction and send it to the digital format and improve the quality of services and satisfaction among people when using the services. Our solution is as follows: online platform ensuring efficient management of passenger transport and control of transport operations, full automation of planning processes and control and operators control, automation of routes, accumulation of data, and also scheduling, control and monitoring of results and analytics, processing, integration of all other things. The platform is structured in a way that to minimize the number of actions of users and make their work as easy as possible. The key advantages is high speed of implementation, compatibility with various types of equipment, safe access to the system, cross-platform nature, best practices, and open architecture, scaling up capabilities, and standardized interfaces that makes it easier to integrate with other systems like the system for payment control and control of passenger flow, and many others. Our flagship project is Mosgortrans, the largest operator in Europe, operator of passenger transport. Technologies and solutions developed by our company allowed us to create for Mosgortrans a modern control system. This project became laureate of Digital Leaders competition last year in public transport category at Expo 2020. A couple of words about the company. Megapage company, we are working under the brand Автолокатор. We've been in the market for 25 years in the segment of satellite monitoring system for transport, one of the leading operators in this sector and one of the leading suppliers based on GLONASS GPS. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. Thank you very much to the organizers. Looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now, I'm giving the floor to digital platform DataPax. This is a comprehensive Sorry. This is a comprehensive digital solution for public transportation and passenger mobility. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Actually, I would like to say thank you very much to organizers and the jury for this opportunity to participate in today's final of the competition. So, every day, every third citizen of our country uses public transportation. 3 billion rides are made. Low quality of passenger transportation is one of the key things people are concerned about. Regions face the same problems. No single window of control, no instruments of control, and no information on real amount of passengers, no good services for passengers. And due to lack of data, it's hard to make proper managerial decisions. So that's why low safety level, high level of gray transportation, and complicated planning processes. The Tver region started transport reform. Global reforms consist of two parts. First, going to a new model of transportation servicing of population and comprehensive digital solution for managing the system. Such digitalization allows us to see significant results. After the first year of operations, 7 times is the growth of tax accumulation into the budget by minus 67% in terms of accidents with public transport. High level of satisfaction of the population of the region, of the Tver region, 88% of satisfaction, according to the survey made recently. The digital platform brings together all streams of data and is concentrated on executing functions for 3 key groups: passengers in the region as the control body and the carriers. Passengers now have modern services in mobile app. They can plan their travel or indicate an incident. The region has a set of functions to control transport operations and quality of servicing, and also accumulate revenue. And the carriers now have an instrument to automate processes to offer the highest quality services. So this is a means of monitoring for both vehicles and drivers. Previously, the main task of the state and the businesses was to create fragmented systems to tackle specific tasks. And over recently, the understanding of mobility has changed dramatically. And the main task is to bring together fragmented services in a comprehensive approach and integration interaction. This saves resources and opens up new opportunities. For instance, to pay for the ride, you should not stay at the validator. Mobile app defines where you are, in what bus and at what stop you started your ride and what the price is. You just have to confirm the payment. And the ride is more comfortable now, and the time is 30% less for your ride. And also the data is accumulated on the payments and the number of passengers. The number of those who do not pay for their rides is reducing dramatically through implementing control technologies. So now we are in the top 10 regions and cities in terms of quality of public transportation. Comprehensive digital solutions of our company are now interested in more than 40 regions, and in 2021 we've implemented pilot projects in 10 regions of the country, and it means that our approach is in demand and is quite relevant. Technologies implemented by data packs was approved by Mikhail Mishustin. He called the digital platform of the Tver region a very good case and something to scale up across the country. I should say that our company has many years of experience in implementation of such projects in passenger transportation, and we see the need to introduce digital solutions in all regions in our country in this sector. It is important for us that every citizen in our country to feel a better experience and have more opportunities to go smoothly and use the public transportation effectively. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Digital platform for drones, flight management, Nebasvod project. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. Just a second.
Видно презентацию?
Can you see the presentation?
Меня зовут Алексей
My name is
Хрипунов.
Alexey Khripunov. I am from Nebasvod project, drones flight management system. Now drones become part of our lives. Many people use them as flying photo cameras, and many businesses also use them to tackle their tasks. And to prove these words, if we look at statistics, we see how many drones are registered now, 4 times more than those of piloted aviation, and the trend will grow. Next year, the gap is 10 times. At the same time, if you buy a drone, you will face a complicated procedure of making a flight. You will see a lot of limitations and prohibitions and regulation and specialized terms for specialists and experts. You will have to obtain a lot of approvals to make a flight. Obviously, when a person does not understand the procedure or it is too complicated for him, they violate the rules sometimes because of the complexity of the situation. But the situation with drones in Russia is something similar to what we had with taxi business 20 years ago. The business was illegal and it was very inconvenient when you were standing on the street waiting for a taxi to come. But Uber and Yandex changed the situation. We now have a very simple instrument to have this service, and the business is now legal, and now the services are cheaper and much safer. And Nebasvod, our project, offers a simple service to access airspace. In an interactive mode, you can see information you need for your flight. Just in a couple of clicks, you can make your route and show the zone you want to fly in, and that's it. And push a button. In automated mode, this system will make all the checks needed according to the legislation of the Russian Federation, will articulate all the documents and send to all the offices, and you will have the approval, and you will be notified on the status of processing your plan and the decision made. And the system will also give you an instrument of control for you to check whether you are violating your route or the rules. And for controlling bodies, this will show that you are a law-abiding person. That's how Nebasvod is bringing all actors into the same system. Those that are related to drones operations, controlling offices and data suppliers and insurance companies, amateur pilots and businesses with large or small fleets of drones, and administration authorities of settlements. In order to make flights in settlements, you have to have a separate approval, and Nebasvod will also help you to formalize all the documents, and it will help municipalities to automate checking the documents and submitting approvals, and check in digital mode, check the control of execution of such regulations. So the services I'm mentioning is just the tip of the iceberg. Nebasvod is tens of services that allow you to use drones at all stages. And
today the system is operating in the territory of Russian Federation. In any city, if you bought your tickets, Nebasvod will allow you to fly freely. Well, if your small business, irrespective of the number of fleet, it will allow you to reduce costs for the access to the airspace and the park of pilots. And you can thus get a lot of other things, and it will allow you to automate issuing permissions and electronically control and verify them. Several projects are now operational to use drones in the business. It's the Post of Russia, it's the Skolkovo city air mobility, and also supply of biomaterials in St. Petersburg, Sakhalin, Far East, and Belgrade. All those projects have the Nebasvod system, which will help the business to solve tasks using drones, and we call on you to get registered and join in into the pilot project. Briefly about the team, it's the team with huge experience of the safety basics, and many Russian and foreign companies are equipped with our software, and we participate in the main international business and working groups to set up standards. So we will be compliant to all international standards, and will be successful in implementing this project in Russia. And I hope that you will see in your window the results of this project. So thank you very much. We'll be happy to answer your questions. So colleagues, what about questions? How are we going to do it? So sometimes we have questions after all teams have presented them. So I sent many questions already, and I think that this is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much. The jury members are voting right away. We have very short technical break just to replace the moderators, and we will continue. Thank you.
Продолжаем. У нас очередная номинация. Меня зовут Константин Пашин.
Let's continue. My name is Konstantin Parshin, Vice President Skolko and IT Cluster. And together with the co-founder of this nomination, with Minstro of Russia, we will learn about the best IT solution for a comfortable and safe life. So in this nomination, we have 6 finalists, and we are going to hear all of them. Single national platform of video surveillance of RF, innovative software complex monitor of the city, software for systems of video surveillance, Moscow score, Serene computer view for smart yard, communal services digital office, and let's listen to the nominants. Colleagues, our time span is 4 minutes. You are experienced speakers and pitchers, but if you go beyond, I will politely stop you. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Roslav Skochin. Today I'm going to present video surveillance of Russian Federation. It's a single national platform. We started with implementation of a comprehensive video control, video analysis in the regions. And we face a problem. We can see that in the regions, there are a big number of scattered systems aimed at mostly to protect rights of the citizens. There are systems for power contours, but there are no systems for upgrading the well-being of the citizens, of the residents of Russian Federation. Based on that, the decision was made to create a platform of a single national platform of video surveillance, which will aggregate the flows from the Russian Federation territories to be and different algorithms of video surveillance will be applied to control the national project's performance and the instructions of the number one's executive. So it will impact the residents of Russian Federation or authorities. They will get the instrument to follow the schedules of construction, or general contractors who will be furnished with an instrument of preventive control of all procedures of construction completion of buildings, and for every resident, real time, any citizen will be able to estimate a queue in a polyclinic, to know the delivery dates of different kindergartens or other construction facilities. What was the previous system on the control of performance of implementation of the first executive's instructions? Usually it was physical testing and physical visits on site, but the information did not provide the actual picture or information as to what's going on in this or that construction site. Similarly to for instance, negative. It was similarly negative for the facility or capital construction objects, and also for the central headquarters, because the central authority did not have a clear picture around the whole Russia. So the issue, the task is to combine and automate the video data, and based on this video analysis, to further monitor real time of all the phases and stages of capital construction facilities to perform and implement different national projects. Currently, the platform is used by the Coordination Center of Russian Federation. More than 7,000 video sources are connected from different territories of Russian Federation. The platform has a number of unique services with functional contours of state information systems and so on. So what are the prospects? Napoleon plans to get connected with all more than 500,000 sources installed and connected, to test modern algorithms on video surveillance with further preventive measures on control of national projects' performance. The team of the project present young, ambitious specialists, professionals in this area, in this field, and also networks and Rostelecom specialists are involved. And we are in close contact with our customers and experts to identify the different issues which we can see at every stage of control over national projects implementation. So thank you very much. Ready for questions. Rostislav, thank you very much. Separate thanks for the 4 minutes. I can feel how professional you are. So colleagues, questions are coming permanently, but depending on the time left, we might do a Q&A. So let's get over to the next company. Next candidate, innovative program software complex of Smart City. Colleagues, good afternoon. Happy to welcome all participants of the nomination. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak up in the finalists. My name is Viktor Teryohin, Commercial Director, Urbanomics, and I will present our products, City Monitor. Well, you would agree that compact and safe urban space for the residents depends on the communal services directly. And the content... Sorry, colleagues. The problems of maintaining the road network, well, quite a burning issue, because a big number of regions
где холодная зима,
with a very cold winter and a big amount of precipitation. And when we started to study the problem, we realized that it's not only a problem of of cities, but also enterprises who are involved in cleaning and maintaining the cities. And when we looked at those issues, well, they were just on the surface. High costs, high operational costs of equipment, ineffective utilization, no digital instruments available for more effective control of the technologies. Moreover, those problems and attempts to solve those problems, they did exist, but you would agree that without digital instruments and without digitalization, they failed to solve them efficiently. Well, no good results. So as a result, Urbanomics company developed this product, Monitor of the City. It is it's a digital duplicate of the assignments. They are all matched to the objective data of control, and every street and every yard or object or facility of road structure transformed into a digital ring. So thus we exclude human factor. And this solution installed all digital competences in road maintenance. So a controller thus is furnished with an instrument which will help him to manage the process of cleaning digitally without paper red tape. And there's an instrument of feedback from the citizens, from the residents who live in those cities. And as a result, the city gets control over the situation. This is one of our projects. It's the city of Kaluga. As a result of introduction of our product, we have reduced the number of failures or different incidents and reduce the number of dates for performing, implementing of this or that task. And the city revised its approach to communal technology maintenance. And I would like to show you the link as to how it all happens and how any resident of a city can see. Just a second. Of course, we will see the link. We'll look up the links. Well, I think, please finish your presentation. Well, of course, this topic is familiar. Well, that's the last slide. Those are the 11 projects we have already implemented, and we are going to do more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Victor. Colleagues, let's get over to the next picture. It's a software for the systems of video surveillance microscope. The floor is yours.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Colleagues, good afternoon.
Меня зовут
My name is Oleg Rakhmatov. I am the manager with a microscope manager for partners. For more than 13 years, we've been developing software for smart video surveillance. Many use it only for viewing and recordings and storing the information. And as a result, they receive terabytes of data and just find fragments of video archive. Thanks to the artificial intelligence technology, microscope also can analyze the video flow, which helps automate different processes, collect statistics, and make weighted decisions. Thus, it will provide you good new instruments to manage and control city services. With microscope, you can work at the quality of servicing of tax authorities, authorities or multifunctional centers. The system just looks at the faces and the module of recognition of emotions, and it will know which emotions people felt. And this happens every day. To plan city events, different exhibitions, competitions, and holidays and festivities, and to cover
данный эффект
to see the reaction of the audience is from macroscope possible. Well, it recognizes the gender and the age of the people and the repeated visits, the people who visited the facilities again when they left the facility to drink coffee, they will not be taken into account for the second time. So control of the time of delivery of this or that facility. Macroscope helps you to set up interaction between contractors in the efficient way, recognizing the vehicle plates. Thus, all the data will go to the flow in the territory of this or that facility. This happens in one application, the dates and the visits of this or that vehicle. So thus you can control the schedule of operations of different contractors, number of drives. So that's very useful for snow sites and also municipal transport enterprises. So the soft is integrated with the platforms, and the results goes with the dates and time, and then the solutions are already used with macroscope. It's convenient to control the municipal facilities, and you can see the data to the screens of the mayor and the head of capital construction and whomever who is in charge. And it is in the module of control of special vehicles and PPEs will follow the safety rules implementation. Public safety is another important vector of our work. The system can identify suspicious bags or packages or objects of this or that type. So if someone trespasses a closed territory, and video analysis can be used by municipal transport enterprises and road services and multifunctional centers, educational, transport facilities, and many other. The users can have an access to more than 20 modules of video analysis based on the AI, which is the data stored in the servers of the customers, then transferred to the cloud. This creates protection, and there's a special platform, a macroscope union. Our software supports more than 6,000 of P cameras models, and the customer chooses himself. Then it uses Windows and Linux platforms and compatible to import substitution program. You can combine it with existing IT products, and there's an opportunity to integrate with other systems. All upgrades are free of charge, and the video system and is very easily scalable, and for users it operates free of charge, and technical support is also free of charge. Video surveillance already is installed in Perm, Kazan, Tyumen, and many other Russian and foreign countries. Colleagues, that's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your experience, and you talked about the opportunities and potential of your service. And let's get over to the next speaker. The product, which is called Syrians. I don't know, correct me if I pronounce it wrong. It's computer site for smart yard. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Serene is a neural network is specialized to create a smart yard. So it does well. It's good for the citizens who live in this yard and not to give access to the yard of other people. So it can automatically identify and recognize your vehicles or ambulances. So there are no cases anymore when an ambulance and the driver of the ambulance will have to manually uplift the door. So the Serene helps you to create automated parking lot and then collect the fees and then provide a report. So this is done in a very simple way and a very fast way to further deploy. But there are many such systems. Why are we better than others and we can use those systems in the places where they didn't have any?
Other services were not efficient enough for the people. So it'll be easy for the specialist to mount the system. All problems related to bad photos, images can be tackled through computer visioning, and this service is quite efficient. It is 18 rubles per one citizen, and they are not thinking about whether switching on the service or spending money on something more interesting for him. We also offer face recognition service. It is optimized for security and can require more from the equipment if we need a higher level of security at a facility. Computer visioning is helping us in this task, and if there are real problems with the image, we are interacting with the servicing company. These things are used for video surveillance system or within the framework of introducing other detectors from our company. We created a video platform with quite easy functionality, but it covers all needs of a smart backyard, giving access to video cameras in real time and archive. An archive is recorded both on the device and in the cloud. We developed our own controller in order to make it easier to mount our systems. Any person can switch on the detectors on neural networks through controller. It is switched into the socket and internet, and the cameras are logged into the network, and our cameras do everything else, accumulate everything, information and the equipment. And through this, we already switched on 2,000 cameras of video surveillance across the country. We service 250 turnpikes. 39,000 people are using our products, and 32 integrator companies are operating with us. Our plans are to, together with Yota and Megaphone, to start enhancing our product line for B2C segment, private sector, and business clients. We plan to enhance our cooperation with developers in 2022 to plan new buildings with Serene system installed already, and this reduces costs for smart home systems. And in performance contracts, we also cooperate with municipalities to create, basing on smart backyard, to create smart city and smart regions. We launched pilots in Khanty-Mansiysk autonomous region, the city of Yegorsk, the city of Sovetski, the city of Tyumen, 300,000 people, and in the Republic of Tatarstan, we already have a project in Innopolis. That's it from me. Thank you very much. We hope that with your great solution, great practical solution, efficient solution, our backyards will become safer. And I'm giving the floor to Digital Utilities Office presentation. Please, you're welcome. Good afternoon, colleagues. For us, it is a pleasure. Can you hear me? Yes. For us, it is an honor to participate in this event. All competitors show great projects. We all do good things for our digital future. I'm from Belgorod Energospit. Our project... No sound from the speaker. So a couple of words about our company. We are guaranteed supplier of electricity in the territory of the Belgorod region. 22 client offices and contact center processing more than 250,000 requests. We're working in utilities, so 10% of the budget of families is usually utilities. Paying for utilities is the task for everyone, an accumulation of meters, indicators, and depending on people's behavior, the utilities sector is dependent very much. So you have to accumulate the data from your meters, and you go to the office and pay for the services and accumulate all the papers. Now, in order to interact with suppliers of utilities, now you have to set up accounts across the suppliers, and in order to avoid fees, you make several payment steps. Belgorod Energospit, in order to make the process more efficient, starting 2021 in the Belgorod region, is implementing a project in utilities, digital office, utilities office. This is an interaction system for clients, mobile app, contact center, personal account, a single payment, electronic payment document, and offices for more conservative people in the region. For remote channels, we reduce the distance between company and the client. So mobile app is the most convenient service. In June 2021, Bill Pay was launched, a unique service with wide range of functionality, interaction with utility services, also payments, and ordering more than 50 services and utilities is also possible through the app. And starting September 2021, we see how the audience is growing. This service shows all payments in all documents, and this is also a very environmental approach due to paperless procedures. Every month we face various problems, changing the sockets or changing the tap in the bathroom, installing video surveillance, and so on. You can go to Avito and ask an expert, a specialist, to fix all these things, but usually they work in gray zone, no documents, no contract. But we've created an online platform to order such home services. We see that the number of orders is growing, more than 24,000. We see that the number of users of the personal accounts are growing, around 200,000 of users. Now the functionality is not just paying for electricity, but all other capabilities of a digital office, and 3,000 citizens use the Bell Pay functionality. In the market, of course, there are various other offers, partly tackling some of the tasks in the utilities sector. But our digital office, the uniqueness of it is that this is a single window to cover all the needs of clients in this area. Our project will go further. After developing in our region, we plan to scale up it for the whole of Russia. That's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you for your project. Thank you for your achievements and your ambitions. I am envious to Belgorod region population, since you have such great solutions. So the last project for the nomination, the Smart Gate, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear
Я представляю
colleagues.
проект SmartGate.
I'm introducing SmartGate.
И начать я предлагаю с
I would like to start with
обсуждения проблем, которые
discussing problems that we can tackle with our solution. First problem is access, free access for 112 emergency services, fire, police, and ambulances, access to private territories. Some colleagues mentioned the same problem before. You know, in order to have turnpike legal, according to new fire regulation, the access to a territory should be unlimited for fire brigades, and there is administrative and criminal responsibility for not allowing such vehicles to your area. And we see where SmartGate operates, we see that almost every day a vehicle like that visits places. So if this area is controlled by a person, actually they might not take a visit of an ambulance as important. And it is important to say that there were just 3 fire cars visiting the place, and the consequences of risk of not allowing such vehicles is very important. So control who gets in there and whom the residents can allow in. Those might be abandoned cars or stolen cars. And SmartGate is a solution that allows you to open access to the territory through identification and automatically allows in emergency services. So the residents without cars, they can allow couriers or their guests through mobile app. Others with cars can go freely, and you do not have to pay an operator or add anything to the system, and no one is taking responsibility for allowing such vehicles, but the management company can control, and they see who is in the territory, and the data is stored for 3 months. So the system identifies the residents and allows them in. Special services are identified by the type of vehicle and how and what the body of the vehicle says, sometimes specific signs of emergency services. So yes, there are solutions, similar solutions, and there are companies who offer such solutions, but our advantage in the market is in the following. From one hand, we offer a comprehensive solution, and this is hardware and software complex. This is not just a controller that can be switched to cameras. This is a ready-made solution together with cameras, and this solution works without internet. At the same time, we combine several types of opening the turnpike. The accuracy of recognition is 99%, and we have a call as an option, a call from the number of residents to a specific number to open turnpike, and also for 112 emergency services, we have 24/7 control system, and the operator will work anyway and will open access to the territory. As a result, thanks to this, our system was approved by the Ministry of Emergencies, and all Russian Institute for Fire Safety recommended our system for allowing in the territories the emergency vehicles, and it works in technoparks and warehouse complexes and lots of other large facilities. So the city can have a system that doesn't call for investments into various facilities. And through the system, a lot of problems can be resolved. As for accuracy of recognition, 99% is our achievement, because we have been for 10 years now in the market of automated photo and video fixation of violation of traffic rules. And we offer several solutions in intellectual transfer systems as well. And through this, we were able to integrate with the federal system of search for stolen cars made by the Ministry of the Interior. And also information from our system is compatible with the systems of Safe City. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's finish this presentation. I think your solution is quite specific, and now it is clear. The problem of closed private areas and late emergency cars, this problem is very relevant indeed. Closing the presentations. Unfortunately, I should say that unfortunately we don't have time for Q&A session. But just wrapping up, I can say that questions we've received are mostly about scaling up your solutions. Everyone understands that the solutions are all very relevant, and I think jury members might also have the same questions. Yes, we see that you can integrate with the regulator, with the Ministry of Emergencies and the Ministry of the Interior, and that's one of the most important specific requirements to systems like those you offer, and you can meet this requirement. So now let's go to voting. Soon we will articulate the names of the winners in this nomination. So we'll have a short technical break now. The next interesting nomination is Smart City. Stay with us. Thank you very much.
Мы начинаем нашу номинацию «Лучшее IT-решение для
The
умного
best IT
города».
solutions for smart cities. I should say that our nomination is one of the most popular ones. Our committee, our jury, is the Ministry of Construction and also representatives of Kaluga, Arkhangelsk, Voronezh, Volgograd regions, Chelyabinsk, Arkhangelsk, Stavropol regions, Ulyanovsk, Volgograd, Rostov, Kostroma regions, and Khanty-Mansiysk Autonomous region, and also Northern Ossetia, Alania region. So a lot of prominent people, and that's great. So we see two main trends in technologies that are used in smart cities: improvement of life of citizens through accumulation of data and data management for us to have a better and more comfortable life. First, when in large cities the smartness is created and convenience through various meters, sensors, and technologies. Citizens of large cities live better lives, and when we have some technologies, we can add to it as a basis. Moscow is one of the leaders here in this sector and was winner of many competitions and many nominations in smart cities environment. But there is a gap, and we see that there is dissatisfaction of those living in smaller cities. And another point is scaling up technologies. Things that we use in larger cities without significant investments can be used in smaller cities. First of all, technologies related to using artificial intelligence. And of course, it is very interesting what path our nomination will follow, what projects our participants will show. So our first nominee is My House project. Colleagues, you're online. You have 4 minutes. Please. Good afternoon. My name is Bobchikhin Artyom. I'm representing My House company, Moy Dom. We are speaking about smart cities platforms. We offer platform solutions consisting of various digital services to improve city processes and improve life of citizens and the authorities. 5 main areas. Let's look in details in all of them. The service for interaction with the population allows everything needed for comfortable life, feedback, platform information on utilities, developments, participation in various polls and surveys, and discuss plans for improvement of territories and many other things. We're also very serious about offering digital services for businesses. Active municipalities' actions means better indicators of economic development. We have personal accounts for tenants and developers and others and other parties. But the operations is a more complicated process. And here we offer a virtual center for processing messages in operations of the platform, where all relevant parameters of functioning of the city are available, control of incidents where all processes are digitalized, and the journal of requests is also articulated. To better efficiency of the center, we need data. For this, we have digital twin model, the single information process of the region and the city, the system which is managing large amount of data and services that tackle a lot of tasks based on information accumulated. We offer a platform that can create any structure of data in graphic interface. Through BIM models and 3D modeling, we can show the city in digital reality, and we can create an electronic model of power systems. But we also offer a service of practical application, like stock taking, planning the budget with control of executors, automated analysis of territories, and register swap devices. In smart devices is a separate segment. There are more and more meters and sensors and cameras around, and we create a single system of monitoring of all producers. And suppliers of information to accumulate data in a centralized manner, and it can be also shown on an interactive map. And this data is also stored for a period of time. answering the question why our system is relevant and why it should be implemented. This project covers all stakeholders in the region and the population. The regulation for the basis for it is the decree of the president for assessment of operations of high-profile officials.
We are a Russian developer, and we are a technical partner of Rostec, and the solutions are used in certain regions, and we are ready for industrial production. So it is in the data bank of smart cities, and we can not only provide smart soft, but we can attract our specialists to work in your regions to render services, to set up right process. Thank you very much. I'm ready for questions. Thank you for a very comprehensive project. I would like to maybe advise the other participants. The smart city subject is very good, but not new. And it is good for you if you are going to talk about the uniqueness of your project. And I would like to remind our jury members for you to fill in the forms of assessment, and you also can send me questions and comments, those of your likes and dislikes, and I will read out to them, and we are looking forward for your active participation. So you have 4 minutes. The next one. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Shekhanov Evgeny, city of Sarov, Nizhny Novgorod regions. Here is where this platform was born in the beginning of 2018. No one knew the expectations of the municipality. This was a unique opportunity for us to analyze all the processes and to digitalize the revised and optimized processes on paper. So the objective was to integrate the product with all the systems, those which existed before our arrival, and we have more than 20 integrations with external and local systems in the territory of the municipality. The platform consists of the public module for the residents of the city, and the big unit which is for service, recognition of events and faces for 1/60th part of our platform. And on this slide, you can see big units and blocks. It's a safety and business and cultural sphere and communal services and city management. All those modules here are offered to our main consumers, municipalities, towns and cities. Those who can choose the products in modules to use them. So we, on the platform, mentioned a very important triangular. It's the executive authority and the citizens, the residents, for those to be able to interactively communicate with each other, avoiding all bureaucracies according to the federal laws and on the authorities of municipalities. So the platform now is simpler, more accessible, both in mobile apps and in city portal. The effects and benefits we can see from implementation of the platform, well, they're very different. The city lighting module provides instant effect and benefit in rubles. And there are other benefits like loyalty of the residents in response to the municipality. And there's one popular thing like, which depends on the digital products that are implemented in the territory of a city and the authorities of a municipality, and what the citizens can solve using those platforms. Well, certainly that saves time of municipal managers, and well, thus we can save time and with parallel alignment of different operations and works in the territory of a city. As a result of 2020, we are the best municipal practice. We're number 2 of continuous continuous growth, and we have more than 100 people already on the register of registered using local software. And in our town of Sarov, with 100,000 population, we have good examples of implementation for the whole region. That's about scalability of the system, and we have more than 20 cities already where we have deployed our platform. It's not just Rosatom towns and cities, but also 170, 200, 250,000 of residents. Well, that's briefly it. It's 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Ready for questions? Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question. Maybe you can enumerate the cities or regions you have implemented already. Well, 2021, it's Kurchatov town, and Volgodonsk in Rostov region, Sarov, Nizhny Novgorod regions, and Rosatom presence cities like Snezhinsk and Ozyorsk, Seversk. Regions-wise, it's Stavropol. It's a resort town where we matched our tourist services against the platform of Smart City. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I would like to ask another question, which I had from the jury. Pavel Isutin, Deputy Director, State Institution of Volgograd region. His question is about my city. System of control of incidents, is it integrated with failure free and communal services facilities failures? Well, yes, we are providing data on incidents, and we are doing a case of integration of Safe City. So speaking about integration with the city, I think it's not going to be any problem for us. Correct me if I'm wrong. There will be no problem, but so far it is not integrated. So far. So far not. We have integrated the platform that I mentioned, and we already have experience, so I think we will do it shortly in the framework of the development of the system. I think I made a mistake of the name. It's Pavel Ivtunin who asked the question. So I hope that the answer was exhaustive. So jury members, again, please, I would encourage you to send your questions. We have to somehow, we have spectators who've been looking at us and watching us since morning, and also we should make it interesting for them. So the next nominant, Situational Center, hard communal residues. Waste. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Grigory. I am from Netris. It's a subsidiary of Rostelecom. Today, I'm going to talk about the situational center to process hard waste. So comfort means convenience, and in city space, comfort should be characterized as perception of an individual of the space from his own personal convenience. Let's use Moscow region situational center with hard communal waste. Moscow region covers about 45,900 square kilometers, comparable with Denmark, Holland, or Switzerland. Moscow region currently has about 63,000 container spots. That's the indicator of 20 has grown 4 times since 2019. Monitoring this number of facilities without using automatic control system becoming impossible to follow all norms of convenient, comfortable city space. So now there's an opportunity of automatic collection and analysis of information in the region and detailing of some separate container spots. To perform this function by contractors and controlling organizations and all those services who collect and process garbage, well, they use this mechanism which impacts the end target of their work. They thus control the timeliness of garbage withdrawal and the waste withdrawal, and we can thus split it into three main steps: video surveillance for online monitoring of violations, second, automated data processing using video analysis and machine learning methods, and setting up a very simple and easy process and control the violations. By the end of the day, there are three very simple steps to identify and control violations at the container sites: video surveillance, video cameras, some video analysis methods at the container sites, and control over violations. 2021, we launched 3 pilots which show the efficiency of video acceleration of collection of hard waste, plus technical opportunities of scaling allows it to be used in the territory of Russian Federation to improve the indicators of comfortable city and urban space. Rostelecom and Netrix are working hand in hand. The head of the project is Ilya Palesky of Netrix, and development group which is permanently improving the service. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll be happy for questions. Thank you very much. Very interesting project, and I'm very happy that the pilot was implemented in my native Voronezh. We have Denis Volkov from Voronezh department, so I will be very happy if you write your comment or question to this project group. What about our Voronezh developments? Are there any achievements? Because I think it would be very significant for the jury members to make the decision. So far, let's give the floor to the next nominant. I was lucky to work with Rosatom representatives abroad. A huge amount of new information about what Rosatom is doing around from the point of view of those innovations. And it's great that I'm going to hear now about what is being done by Rosatom in the regions. Now, colleagues, you have your 4 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Sergei Kochin, and I am from Division of Infrastructure Solutions. We are an industrial integrator of Smart City. Our project of smart projects of Rosatom is a complex. Every 10th resident lives in those cities. Rosatom is a corporation with long history. It's 75 years of history, 350 companies, 27 cities, 2 million people, 300,000 employees. So the problem is the outflow of staff, of people from cities. So we have to create sustainable, comfortable, and promising city with high level of life. And it's no secret that atomic energy cities creating unique products for the countries. We offer a wide range of services for cities and the systems. Smart city is a comprehensive approach, systemic approach, covering technologies and communications to upgrade the life of ordinary citizens. The solutions can be combining infrastructure to provide sustainable development of the territories, change management, and creating new opportunities for the municipalities and businesses and the citizens. 3 main areas related to digital infrastructural solutions and municipalities, and smart community. Lean Smart City, based on Rosatom Systems methodology of Lean Smart City, aimed at upgrading efficiency of management processes, reducing time and costs, and involving people and residents into city management. Infrastructural systems create comfortable city space. It provides main areas, transport, energy, tourism, and of course we can make separate big presentations in each, but I'm talking about comprehensive approach to the solution of issues in atomic cities. Certainly people who live there create their cities. It depends on the attractiveness of the conditions the city can offer. Lean Smart Citizen business is aimed at development of city business and SME business interaction of communities, and from mid-2021 the single digital space is being tested, and we collected data through involvement of city communities, entrepreneurs, and active residents in this innovative entrepreneurship. Training local teams led to their creation of new initiatives to create modern, comfortable life conditions. Comprehensive, well, the advantages are all here. Mostly it's better efficiency of city management and involvement of the people and SME development. So in Sarov, Evgeny was talking about the financial benefit was assessed as 90 million. And in the market, we have a lot of such products and solutions, and we can see confirmation of that during the contest. But ours is a comprehensive integration system with all the city management to compete among each other. So smart cities of Rosatom are not only atom industry cities, but all other cities now get an opportunity to be more effective, and our solutions are used by 18 atomic and 16 non-atomic cities. And we call on all of you to join in to further develop this system of smart cities to make our life more interesting and comfortable. Thank you very much. Very interesting and high-quality presentation. Can see the hand of Rosatom, and all communities are taken into account. My question is that you said that you have a lot of services. Do you have any ratings of those most in demand? Since we started from Sarov platform and the services of interaction with the residents, I think that's the main accent and focus. Organization of interaction with the population, voting, polls. In the recent couple of years, we are actively involved in the infrastructure and the monitoring of communal services, safety, transport. Well, very different to rate them, to rank them, because the cities are very different. A comment arrived from a jury member, Pavel Levtunin, from Volgograd region. Safe city. He is very active. Well, difficult to compete even with Rosatom. Agree, absolutely. That's great that they are also dealing with the subject, using the resources to accelerate innovative entrepreneurship. And I think that's great to improve the life of the citizens. Now I invite even more ambitious or equally ambitious. It's the digital ringer of the city of Moscow. Hi, colleagues. the representatives of this competition. Happy to welcome you. So that's a unique IT solution which for several years helps us to manage the city, creating comfortable conditions for the residents. This digital ringer is created on the basis of 3D Moscow city tablet, and we know that it includes both the old and the new Moscow and actively developing now. Using this system allows us to comprehensively treat and approach the development of the city's urban space and city management. Currently, we have more than 5,000 different layers put on here, and the zones of repairment, maintenance, renovations, buildings for renovations, and those like traffic, from regional information system and system of video surveillance. That's absolutely digital duplication, and all materials used by drones, and about 30-40 drones fly around Moscow, and all this information collected by them after easing some of the limitations loaded into this digital application. So first of all, this was used for instance, an opportunity to place additional COVID hospitals in 2020 in the territories of existing hospitals, and we modeled this opportunity to expand those hospitals using light structures, and additionally in the city planning we use the system to assess the construction solutions, specifically in renovations, and how changes in certain districts for renovations, the way they are going to be operated further. In traffic, it was modeling of reconstruction of Bolshoi Kamenny Bridge and some other facilities. It's using different options to select the best one for the city. Using this functionality allows us to make the life of the citizens more comfortable and make better solutions. So thank you very much. Of course, I can show you this digital system, but I'm sure that if you use a browser, well, I can use it here too to show you what it all means, because one thing is to talk and another is to see. The digital duplicate is a huge 3D map covering the whole Moscow, and you can close up and approximate any spot of the city, and you can. Let's look at the Bolshaya Serpuhovskaya. Okay, Bolshaya Serpuhovskaya. Here it is. It's the subway station Serpuhovskaya, and you can. Well, I'm sure colleagues are not only from Moscow here, and I am sure that they don't all know Bolshaya Serpuhovskaya. Let's look at Zaryadye, for instance, and you can see the bridge here.
So
you did not allow me to use my authority here. So here is the flying bridge, and you can see the Pokrovsky and St. Basil's.
А вот тыкнув на собор Василия Блаженного, мы какие сведения можем узнать?
And what kind of information can you collect from St. Basil? This is what you can learn. It's the date, which is 1560. It's the year when it was built. Well, the system is being used by the mayor. He is very actively using this. And even if we can see, well, you can see all this list of questions, and we can look up online layers. And there's a video camera available.
No sound from the speaker.
Вот мы видим, что доступны подъездные видеокамеры в режиме онлайн.
We see video cameras online mode. Now it's 5:40. Cars are passing by. Some backyards.
Непонятно, есть там пробка или
Now
нет.
I cannot see whether there are traffic jams in the street or now, but the technologies are really impressive. Together with Konstantin Parshin, during the break, we were discussing this challenge. Cities lack digital twins now. We hope that this will be a scaled-up, scalable technology, and it will go to other regions and cities. Thank you very much. Now I'm giving the floor to our last but not least project, single digital platform for region management, Murmansk region. Colleagues, please, you're welcome. No sound from the speaker.
Звук не слышен.
No sound from the speaker.
Мы видим презентацию, а
We
звука
can see
нету.
the slides, but no sound.
Вам нужно включить, наверное, на
You should
компьютере.
switch
или
on
где-то
your
в
sound.
наушнике. Вообще совершенно здорово давать советы такие цифровым людям. Я хочу вам сказать, ты так
To
себя
make
начинаешь
such advice to digital people.
Коллеги, слышно? Раз.
Да.
Colleagues, can you hear me? Yes.
Что-то иностранные технологии нас подводят.
Sorry, foreign technologies fail. Zoom says that it's okay, but it is not okay. We need Russian substitute. Hi, my name is Anton Krynyuk. I am from Rosatom Infrastructure Solutions, and now I will share experience of creating instruments, helping bringing process of regional management on the next level through modern information technologies. Single digital platform for region management project was created as means of tackling problems socioeconomic systems usually face. And on this slide, we see that we're focusing on improvement of quality of information for faster decision-making and re-engineering of instruments of control of execution of such decisions. So the scope of solutions covering this problem is the need to systematize work with information on all levels of management, creating instruments of researching the data and control of communications and results of execution of process and project tasks. During the project, the impact was assessed from implementation of the platform for all groups of users. So the region gets an instrument to control and plan the life of the region. Heads of municipalities and executive body officials will have instruments to assess activities of their departments. Middle management will have instruments to interact into group level, and no routine operations for ordinary employees. So this is creating a digital twin of the region with focus on analysis of specific tasks of regional management, like analytical decomposition of KPIs of the top officials within the framework of the decree of the President number 68. The technological feature of the project is working with data integration of all sources of data from various systems down to reports regularly accumulated for various levels of management. Getting deeper into the specificity of into the tasks and creating single organization and communication environments for operations with data. Official launch of the project happened in the Murmansk region beginning of 2021 and was assessed highly from the leaders of digital development of our country, and the slide shows it. The main achievement was widespread of utilization of the system by users. These are the figures. Competences of users in data management are growing actively and set the new standards for database management. Thank you very much, colleagues. That's it from me. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much. We have a question from Kurmanov Anatoly Anatolyevich, Deputy Head of Working Group of the Ministry of Development of Russia in implementation of Smart City project. It's great to see you. We need speakers on this subject, and we try to find you in the people in the Ministry of Development, but now I've got your mobile phone. Colleagues, just 30 seconds to all of you. Colleagues, except for Moscow, did you use ESOGD when setting your platform? If not, then how you protect legally the law, the officials when making decisions? Let's start with my house. We do not use the system, but we are preparing the system for certification in terms from the point of view of safety and data privacy. We have all the certificates from special services for storing highly classified information in the closed contour. Okay, thank you. Smart house platform. Smart city, sorry, smart city. We do not use ESOGD, and all requirements of information security are met, and we have a specific center in Udomli, and it covers all the requirements. Of course, data calling for protection. I'm not ready to speak about all the details for protection of such data, but we ensure all of that. The next project, our solution can be located in closed contours, perimeters on the side of the client, and we have control system to de-emboss the data, and we can offer accounts. So you do not use ESOGD. We use it now only in pilot projects, not yet in specific solutions. Rosatom, within the framework of projects I was talking about, no, Evgeny spoke about the platform already, but we are actively using integration with various information systems, including federal ones. And again, Murmansk region, the ESOGD was integrated for their tasks. Is that right? Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, we see how state projects can be integrated with business projects. Now there are prospects to this. Thank you very much, colleagues. It was a very interesting session. And with this, I will close our nomination. The jury, please vote and fill in the forms, based on which we will select our winner. And now a technical break, and then Larisa Katyshev is to speak.
Ну что ж, в эфире выступление финалистов в предпоследней сегодня номинации.
Last nomination, the best IT solutions in healthcare. The nominees are the medical map, Сберздоровье, medical diagnostics center, SpearMed AI, health of St. Pete citizens, service of computer tomography for chest area with AI, eye labs, and OnDoc. Let's not lose time. Without further ado, let's start with the medical card Сберздоровье, please. Let's start. I will show a video first.
Поехали.
Let's start it. No sound from the video.
Уважаемые конкурсанты, боимся, что вы не поделились с нами звуком.
Unfortunately, you did not share your video. Let's start your video over again with the sound. With the sound on, we cannot hear the sound. You cannot have the sound. Let's start it over again, but with sound on. Share your screen and click Share Sound. We cannot hear your sound.
Ролик красивый.
The video is beautiful.
Интуитивно понятно о чем.
Intuitively, we understand what it is all about. Okay, let's start it over again. We're pressed of time.
Отлично.
Точно? Да?
Слышно?
Can you hear now?
Поехали.
Yes, we can. Great.
Сберздоровье.
Сберздоровье, Sber Health, is an app that takes care of your health. It allows you to have consultations from doctors online and make appointments in the clinic and also store all medical data in one place. All information about visits and lab tests and treatments is stored here. This app monitors the data and health conditions. The app can be integrated with clinics and labs. And through this, information is automatically shown in the medical card of the user. If you download the results of lab tests, they will be identified and stored in convenient format. The app is recognizing 3,500 biomarkers, and the dynamics can be shown in a very illustrative manner. And if deviations are there, the consultation can be offered. You can see your medical story and information on your profile. Basing on the medical card, the user will have personalized push notifications with recommendations, health recommendations, and notifications about your health on the main page. The app is considering all information from the user and offers personal recommendations. Soon, it'll allow you to set your goals in health and be proactive in achieving them. Sber Health app will protect data of users in a very reliable manner. Sber Health will help you to be healthy.
Спасибо. Но вот
Thank
теперь все
you.
ясно.
Now it is all clear. Do you want to add anything?
Да, сейчас, секунду.
Well, yes.
Буквально минута.
Just 1 minute for you. Just 1 minute.
Очень быстро.
Very briefly.
Антон, все отлично?
Anton, everything is fine. Please do not be nervous. I have a strange sound. I just wanted to say that for me, this is a very convenient instrument to store all data in one place. I store my lab tests in there, and I look at how indicators change. It's very convenient, and it also allows you to bring analysis tests results into one area, and the charts can show you how your biomarkers behave. And we added QR codes into the app, and in one click, wherever you are asked to show the QR code, you can show it to everyone interested. You can download it into the app. So please use our app. It is free of charge.
Здорово.
That's it from me. Super good. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next finalist. Digital Medical Diagnostics Center, MDDC, SberMed AI. Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's great to be in the finals of the competition among partners and colleagues. So I'll show you our product now. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Yes, everything is great. So, Digital Diagnostics Center, what we faced over the recent 2 years in digitalization of healthcare, we've carried out upgrade of heavy medical equipment. High-tech equipment was acquired, but we lack high-quality doctors. Yes, we have equipment, but we lack the specialists to work on such equipment. And the throughput of medical organizations has grown due to the pandemic. And usually, and sometimes doctors are not ready to use the instruments developers can offer, and routine processes can optimize the patient stream. And there are solutions to increase efficiency of medical services, and there is no systemic approach and integration of such solutions in the healthcare system. July this year, we launched the Digital Diagnostics Center that brings together more than 50 products and solutions internally developed by SberMed and partners solutions. And MDDC is an integration instrument platform to bring together medical information systems medical systems in healthcare and doctors with solutions based on AI offered by the market. So we help doctors to use modern innovative developments and introduce them into their daily practice and optimize medical assistance and medical process. What does our product do? Analysis of medical data. 80% is the medical images, and we analyze text data and analyze lab tests data. Basing on such analysis, the system of support for the doctor's decision making. Basing on AI, doctors can make their own decisions, and these decisions are analyzed by the AI, and the quality control is carried out. Basing on the previous two stages, predictive analysis is done, and notifications can be sent to doctors in terms of how to improve the praxis. So how it looks like: clients, vendors, and medical organizations. Interface of the doctor. The solution is integrated, or it is introduced into the current medical system, or the workstation of a radiologist doctor. 4 types of data through protected channels go to the algorithms of our solution, and after this, the specificity of our product is relevant. Usually, sometimes doctors' community do not consider AI-based decisions as reliable. That's why we add verification from doctors of our diagnostic center. This is a service for medical reference center is set on the basis of the leading organizations, and then the decision verified by a doctor, AI-based decision, will get back to the doctor who sent the request initially. The advantage of Digital Diagnostic Center is that this is a single solution for medical data. We integrate with the majority of medical information systems applied in the healthcare system. Constant transmission of medical data in case there is a need of a doctor-to-doctor communication. The cybersecurity is ensured. The data goes through protected channels, and we simplify and make it intuitively understandable. The interface is simplified for our users, and these are cases of our projects in Khabarovsk, heart stroke case in Khabarovsk, couple of projects in Nizhny Novgorod region, and also Bryansk region, analysis of text medical data. Thank you very much. I try to stick to the timing. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, all city portal, healthcare of citizens of St. Pete. Good afternoon, dear friends. Let's speak briefly. Let me start my presentation. So digitalization moving on. Healthcare is also part of the process. We see a lot of electronic services around in this area, but mostly we see that private companies are working in this area. Our main task was to focus on state sector, and this is what we have as a basis of our project. Since now the correlation of medical services for state-owned institutions is 92% from the whole scope of services. That's where we decided to focus. Basing on all our capabilities, and I am representing Center of Electronic Healthcare of St. Pete under the Department of Healthcare of St. Pete, we accumulated the data
and would like to show what we have achieved. Our portal, Health of St. Petersburg residents, for every resident and for all citizens who take care of their health. Of course, I'm talking about the solutions that we created in St. Petersburg, but it is scalable for any region. That's about the project and the video. No sound.
В основе его лежит
Прощения, наверное, у меня тоже звука не было, да?
Правда, вначале не было. Давайте-ка.
Да, тут.
You didn't have your sound at the beginning.
Портал здоровья петербуржца.
So this portal is based on the patient-oriented model. So we take the requirements and the needs of the patients and thus create our product. The basics is the personal account of a patient, which is visualized according to the social media, modern social media, and it provides innovation medical card, which collects the data from all medical facilities. Then it is provided and submitted to the patient 24/7 in any convenient format. You can look up the results of your tests or the status of your pregnancy. Then the second thing is making arrangement with a doctor. There are 8 different services. It's if you want to call a doctor to your home and the log of postponed arrangements. The number 3 is a notification of patients to provide the feedback with medical organizations and some news which reflects what goes on in the healthcare services in the city. And we hope that it will help the patients to be involved in how he takes care of himself. And also we save time for the patients to provide full information on his health status in any mobile device and in any moment of time. Would like to share with you as to our achievements. We have covered more than 700 medical organizations of the city who provide information on the health status of the patients. That's almost 100% of all organizations in the city. We have integrated more than 40 different systems to our platform because they all are different and providing different types of data, and we had to take all this into account. Talking about the coverage and use of the portal, then in our city, a year, 3.5 million people see a doctor and 3.8 million people use the portal. It means that not everybody uses portal just to make an arrangement with a doctor, but just interested in their health status. 42 million addresses and requests for medical help a year.
Собственно,
Actually, talking about the numbers, I think that they are self-eloquent, and the volume of requests is huge, and all citizens are using it. That's our main goal. Talking about the prospects and advantages of our portal, well, first of all, it's an opportunity to integrate with different information system, medical or otherwise. We have now more than 40 systems already integrated. And talking about scalability to other regions, that's important that there's public services the portal, but there actually they have fewer services because many appeared quite recently, but we've been working for many years with 25 services, so it's almost third year. And importantly, this portal provides services which can be valid only for our city. We have some peculiarities of the pharmaceuticals supplies, and we have a service to search and identify the place of sale. So all those things are well thought through. And of course, this can be taken into account while scaling to other regions. The services, of course, there will be more new services. There will be a service of access to medical status and data of a child, taking into account the safety and legal issues existed, and now we're going to solve it in several months, together with medical consultations. So briefly, that's it from me. So that's it's a committee, healthcare committee, and our setter. So we will be ready for questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we continue. Aero Labs. You have 4 minutes, colleagues.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. I will try to do it in 4 minutes. My name is Michael Bilayev. I'm General Director of Aero Labs company. We are a small startup engaged in creating services of artificial intelligence to analyze medical images. So we are focused, well, the market is developing fast, and we are focused on computer tomography data. Well, the number of those tests has grown, and the pandemic almost doubled this trend. So the result is that the doctor, well, that's a very informative survey. So they have to look through tens of thousands of such images, different levels of scanning. And the volume is growing permanently, and the objective is complicated, very routine, and our service allows to automate part of those tasks. We analyze automatic images before a professional X-ray doctor starts to describe it, and we add the results of the work of our product, which lightens different spots. The main value for the doctor that we automate different difficult calculations the doctor had to spend their time. So also we can enlighten some of the identifications or revelations because the doctor could miss them, being focused on the pathologist, and automatically we can calculate all indicators to make up recommendations in accordance with the clinical requirements. So the main difference of our service is that it is that there are many Russian and foreign companies in the market working at creation of such solutions. Our approach is comprehensive. We provide all the systems for computer tomography. It's lungs, it's cardiovascular system, it's the main vessels, and it's abdominal and the muscle system. How can it help us to be distinguishable? Well, functionality-wise, we are the leaders among a big number of other participants, and this experiment to introduce it in the Department of Healthcare of Moscow, that's an open contest not only for Russian but foreign companies, Israeli, US, South Korean. We turned out to be leaders in the set of services provided. Our algorithms in 2021 has analyzed more than 300,000 tests, and according to the doctors, we are among the leaders by the number of nominations, and we are ahead of all our competitors. Most important is that in this market, which is still developing, there are very few reliable results on the value of those products and what they can change in the system of healthcare. And we would like to upgrade this value. We provide additional revelations at very early stages of diseases, which can help the doctors to notice in the big flow and big load. And this early diagnostics is good for all patients because this improves their life expectancy and quality of life, and also also for the doctors. Now with a huge number of tests for analysis, just using one pathology which is the most disseminated. It's lung cancer. The survival dramatically declines, and huge number of lung cancers are without AI service, and the cost of treatment goes high. And in Russia, because of high level of automation, this can be done quicker. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, colleagues.
Прямо сейчас.
Right away. We're going to have von Doc. Good afternoon, colleagues and jury members. I'm Vladimir Matushin. I am doing the on-doc company, and in the framework of the time slot, I would like to discuss the low level of digitalization of medical organizations and using different modern instruments to solve this problem. We in on-doc, we are working with clinics more than 7 years, and we do know and we observe how this interaction of clinical doctors and staff and patients change. Clinics with no such services have difficulties in communications and building up relationships with patients. That means huge financial losses to retain patients, to pay fees to third-party services and generators calling patients. Well, every clinic with no personal account, and if a clinic can spend several thousand rubles a year, but to retain a big number of patients, they will have to spend millions. To have full-fledged remote support, it happens that the patients just leave prematurely, and the doctors are so busy that they cannot verify the status of their patients. The losses are huge and tangible. That's why the development of this PRM platform for the patient management, which reduces the load on the staff due to automation of routine processes, reduces the repeated visits, and not to forget about recommendations for your doctors to support your health. For public and private clinics, PRM impacts and helps to grow the profits, and because of big number of different services, telemedical consultations, remote monitoring of health status, and some other products. Let's look at some of vivid advantages. A patient becomes more responsible to his treatment and involved in this process and monitors his health status. Because this application reminds him to use his pill, and that's all happens in a very convenient place in a mobile phone where patients spend a lot of time. They don't forget to do it, and doctors thus have an access to the medical card, not only in his clinic but in other medical organizations, and to the data the patient can put himself. So thus we have a more qualified and targeted treatment, and I think that the advantages are that the load is optimized, and the employees and doctors have access to analytics to better predict and offer additional services and improve the communication with patients through personal accounts under its own brand. What happens in the clinics with no PRM and those who ignore to use it? You can see that their situation is very different. A lot of manual work, very low efficiency, and higher labor costs, and despite all those efforts, still their quality of service and results are worse. That is why we are developing and opportunities of our platform. The clinics can use all the instruments for remote interaction with the patients and lots of telecommunication consultation and remote support. Every participant has a personal account and mobile device, and we prepare branded solutions with modules he needs. And we support in development our own API, which provides you data exchange. We are complying to all the requirements of the legislation and supported and approved by the Ministry of Healthcare. Leaders of the markets are using our product for 5 and more years. 200 clinics in 47 cities are already connected, and we are doing our best to achieve the target indicators of digital transformation at the level of medical organizations and the regions in general. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Colleagues, thank you very much. I should say that the best IT solutions for healthcare was the most popular. Those are where we have the biggest number of bids, and it was not very easy for the jury to select the finalists. And now the member juries, which are 14 people, I think that's very difficult for them to vote and choose and select the winner. And let's break for some time to have the last speech and last nomination of this year award.
Ну что, последняя номинация премии этого года.
So the last
Очень важная, на
nomination
мой взгляд.
of our
Лучшие эти решения.
ceremony today. The best IT solutions for small businesses. Diadoc at the service ecosystem of products for business. Contour, Contour Hotel, Contour service for hotels, hostels, guest houses, and apartments. My subsidies. Swiss ecosystem for business and CRM system for effective mega plan company for effective management. Diadoc, the floor is yours for minutes. Hello. I'm happy to welcome everyone. I will share my screen now. My name is Zhenshik Nikolai. I'm representing Contour Diadoc nomination, the best IT solutions for small businesses. A year ago, my employee compared Diadocs with a good car, and I liked the comparison. And I will show you in this comparison how Diadoc can tackle the tasks of small businesses. April 2020, the working on remote mode and signing documents was the challenge for all small businesses. Small businesses need stability and reliability and time efficiency. Everyone wants a service that is not just bringing the cart forward, but offers comfort and speed and is reliable and doesn't call for much resources to ensure its operations. Integration of online accounting and reporting to have a single window. Elbexter can offer such integration. Through integration with Diadoc, we can exchange legally important documents with trade chains. And remote work means signing remote documents remotely with counterparties and employees. The process of marking called for only electronic documents, and the Diadoc service is a solution here. This is a core of the ecosystem for Contour products, products of the ecosystem. Integration with services for businessmen, online capabilities, and mobile app was launched. Previously, in order to tackle the roaming problem, clients had to go to various services and operators. Auto roaming is tackling this problem in a single window approach. It is important that small businesses can work just pushing a couple of buttons. And that's what we did, simplifying the module for 1S. So Diadoc has a clear interface and it is convenient and clear. Russians love to go fast, and Diadoc offers quick transmission of documents. The service is updated remotely and does not ask to be in line with all the legislative requirements, and it has online functionality. High speed doesn't exclude the safety and security of the business. We conduct external audit of security. The documents should be transmitted and stored to avoid paper document storage. The service offers unlimited free of charge storage of documents. Also, roaming communication and international exchange of documents are also possible. Out of 1.5 million companies registered in the service, half of them in 2021 sent documents. And small businesses is the main driver of growth, both in the number of documents and the number of legal entities and individual entrepreneurs who started sending documents to their counterparties. Proving the fact of higher activities is the number of requests we accumulate at our annual award ceremony. 130 applications came from small and mid-sized businesses. Wrapping up, I can say that the service is not just tackling all problems of small businesses, but create additional opportunities like exchanging documents and creating the ecosystem of products for businesses, ensures safe and free of charge storage of documents. Thank you very much for interest in our product. I'm ready to answer the questions. Okay, colleagues, probably questions will come. Diadocs, thank you very much. Contour Hotel, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants of the event, dear jury members. I will speak about Contour Hotel product, and I would like to first speak about our clients. I will share my screen now and show my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Скажите, пожалуйста.
Да, все хорошо.
Yes, everything is fine. Okay, very good. So, typical client of our service is a manager or an owner of a small hotel. As it is usually the case in small businesses, one person or a person and like-minded people around actually monitor all the processes of the business and tackle all the tasks. That's why our hero, our client, looks like a god Shiva with many hands. They articulate the policy of the hotel and revisit it regularly. They try to seek for channels where they offer their rooms, and he assesses the efficiency of these channels and tries to find the most convenient options for him. It is important that information about the hotel and the rooms and prices and the number of available rooms is always updated, and the hotel should operate, it should be kept in order, and it should be refurbished. The rooms should be clean, and the hotel should be equipped with everything needed. And the same manager or owner is doing all that. And of course, he's interested in selling additional services to clients and do it as easily as possible without significant costs. And welcome the guests and check them into clean rooms and submit reporting and make a lot of other tasks. And I would like to focus on one of the tasks specifically because not everyone knows about it, and those who are not deep in the hotel business probably never heard that when a guest is checking in, he should be registered in immigration services. It should be done 24 hours after he is checking in and deregister him when he checks out. So the information that will go to the Ministry of the Interior should be correct and full. Since we're speaking about personal data, the hotel manager, if he does this on his own, should ensure the whole process and meet all the requirements that are quite strict. So he should monitor the changes in the legislation for migration and registration. And if something goes wrong, you might have fines, and fines are up to 750,000 rubles per one guest. Just imagine that several foreign guests and something's wrong with their registration, and the hotel is receiving fines per each guest. Actually, you can close down your hotel if you pay all that. How can you develop your business considering all that? We trying to find the answer to this question. We thought that automation of all processes I was talking about is the option in this case. We're not the only players, the first players in this market. We didn't create any revolution in this market, and the market already offers a solution that automates some parts of the processes I'm speaking about. But electronic workflow, document workflow, it's good. But if it is document flow and automation in one solution, this is even better. Moreover, we are Russian-made software. We compete against Western players, and we guarantee that personal data of the guests will stay in the servers inside the country. So Contour Hotel is a solution that is not only offering automation for business management for our clients and be in line with registration and migration legislation, but this is an instrument for guests of our clients. Through Contour Hotel instruments, the guests can book rooms and pay online. And through automation of checking in process and registration process, the guests can be serviced faster. And this is a service that saves money that saves time for the Ministry of the Interior. If tens or hundreds of hotels come to the offices of the ministry with packs of documents on their guests every day, so the employee of the ministry is accepting the documents and digitalize the documents and check whether everything is correct. This is much time and a high risk to make a mistake. If there is electronic document flow with the hotel, the office of the Minister of the Interior will not do this routine work manually. If full reliable data on guests of hotels is submitted, then basing on such data, it's easier to tackle this task to find those who are wanted. And of course, counterterrorism actions. For this area, this is also important. So we also can say that integration with new booking platforms and convenient integration and data exchange allows hotel managers to attract tourists to regions and to the country in general. So Contour Hotel, having automated all process of automation in the hotel just from the first meeting the guest and his registration in the Ministry of the Interior and checking in and checking out. Automation of all that allows managers to strategically develop their businesses and move forward without thinking about all these routine processes. Our product proved to be very efficient and stable and reliable during the Football World Cup in 2018, when Mohamed Salah checked in a hotel in Yekaterinburg with his team. He was registered very quickly, and the rest of the time was spent to make their stay as comfortable as possible. So we are very proud of this story, and we were part of it. Now, electronic document flow works in many regions of Russia. Interaction with the Ministry of the Interior is smooth, and we plan to cover all regions of the country, and we see it as our mission. And the Contour Hotel business management system is covering the whole of Russia. Now we are going abroad. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer after the block is finished. Yes, thank you very much. My subsidies, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear friends. My name is Ayrat Khayrulin. I am Minister of Digital Development of the Republic of Tatarstan. Before I start my presentation and present the project, I would like to first of all say thank you very much to the organizers of the Competition Digital Summit and the Minister of Digital Development of Russia and the RUN-NAPA under the President, the experts and members of jury who spent time on this. And Larissa, to you, thank you very much for your patience for organizing the whole day. We are sure that at the end of this working week, you will draw the results of the project. So now we are showing Super App My Subsidies, which is a digital marketplace of state subsidies for small and medium businesses. Probably you're aware that in Russia we offer 100 measures of government state support for companies, but sometimes entrepreneurs do not know where to go and they face the same problems. First, lack of the full picture, lack of information on all support measures, and complicated bureaucratic procedure of filling in applications and reporting. Number two, paper documents. When preparing an application for subsidies, you have to visit an office of a government agency and also prepare a set of documents from various other offices. The time that this process might take is up to 180 working days. Number three, many funds and development institutions work in a fragmented manner, in an isolated manner, and the procedure of applying for small and medium businesses is sometimes too complicated. That's why intermediary companies emerge between the two parties. What do we offer in order to improve this customer experience? In the Republic of Tatarstan, starting 2021, we created and we're using My Subsidies State Marketplace. This is a mobile app and a platform that brings together all regional measures of support in one place. Now it is easier to formalize and get the support funds. Now it is as easy as ordering food from Yandex Food or buy an electronic book. Now you can apply in 3 clicks on your smartphone. The subsidies will come to your bank card or the account that is linked to the platform. One of the peculiarities of our platform is that it offers algorithm of recommendation systems. Basing on the taxpayer's number, the measures of support will be specifically offered for this particular entrepreneur. The platform uses the data the state possesses. Federal Law 210 prohibiting accumulation of data is not working effectively enough. But in the platform My Subsidies, there is no need to ask for information from various agencies proving that he's not bankrupt. 29 types of data the platform is receiving automatically. Through Super App, entrepreneurs can save their time. And what do we have today? In the Super App, My Subsidies, we've implemented 59 regional measures of support that are offered by the Republic of Tatarstan, starting agriculture and production up to tourism and education. 54,000 of entrepreneurs and self-employed applied and received subsidies without leaving their offices or homes. The amount of subsidies granted is more than 300 million rubles. In the future, we plan to enrich our service with other useful services like granting loans or getting an insurance, and the Republic is ready to share its experience with other regions for the Russian Federation. And for this, we've developed a constructor of subsidies that allows you to create a measure of support without developers and programmers. The implementation of the platform emerged through efforts of 2 teams, the team from Tatarstan and from Sber. My Subsidies platform will be also available at Gostech platform. And to conclude, I invite all entrepreneurs who participate in this competition to download our app for Android and iOS and start your business in Tatarstan. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's continue. And now, Zbis, the floor is yours.
Звука нет, пожалуйста, обратите внимание, включите микрофон.
Добрый день, меня слышно?
Can you hear me? Yes, and we can see you very well. That's great. My name is Bilaeva Nadezhda. I'm from Tensor and Zbis product. Zbis for small businesses is like smartphone for ordinary people. Modern entrepreneurs have to tackle tens of tasks through one program, and this is our unique capability. Now, in order to open and run your business, you should be courageous and flexible. The share of small business in Russia is 11.5%. All businesses are specific, but the tasks and challenges they face are the same. So let's have a look at how Zbis helps entrepreneurs to work in a stable manner and grow and develop and be in line with the requirements of the legislation. This is Maria, a young entrepreneur. She is opening her first business, and this is a retail food store. And she will need cash desk equipment that will open the product range and printed checks. So Tensor is operator of fiscal data. We can offer cash desk for her and register her in the tax office. So in food store, they usually offer milk, meat, and alcohol. If you sell these products, you have to send reports to specific agencies. But we have all the options you need to buy such products. So next task all entrepreneurs in Russia are facing now. Accounting should be done, and reporting should be sent to various state agencies. And again, this is of help here because this is full-fledged system for accounting and for electronic reporting. We understand that at the starting point, not all young entrepreneurs can have accountants on the payroll. That's why our assistant can fill in all the forms, calculate the taxes, and will pay to suppliers according to all the documents. So we are running the business, but we face other challenges. Entrepreneurs in retail know how important it is to make the stock taking. Sometimes the shelves are empty, or we are around zero because we didn't consider the higher prices of suppliers. So our clients do not need to find new programs because this will check the movement of a product from supplier to selling it to end buyer. And this can be done from any device and online. Every business in Russia faces paperwork. That's why we developed a neural network that recognizes the scans of paper documents and processes them and can eliminate mistakes when manually working. So the business is growing, the headcount is growing, new business processes should be fine-tuned. Control of employees, control of working time, motivation system should be in place, KPIs should be in place, and BIS can offer all that. And as a result, Maria can have automated calculation of salaries, and just in 2 clicks, she can also register electronic sick leave or other documents. And the employees, if the medical cards are expiring, the notifications will be sent.
Business generates some revenues, and Maria realizes that she will have to introduce discounting programs. And Maria has a choice in different loyalty programs, discounts, different mailings, and even feedback from every shop or store of the chain. So here is our Maria, is a big entrepreneur with several stores. She can see the picture of her business, and we can thus collect the reports, and the graphs show all important indicators in the chain. This is the system for the business. We have 4 million companies working with us. More than 600 of them belong to SME. We are absolutely open for new tasks and communications for the young business. And of course, we build up partnership relationship with the state. We are in the retreat from Ministry of Digitalization. We work with them, and 55,000 of businesses cooperate with us. It doesn't matter what you're opening, a cafe, a restaurant, or maybe a car wash or beauty parlor. Well, it's important to try, and we can help you. We can scale it for any tasks you need, and for you to find time for something very important, like your family. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we are giving the floor to Sierra Megaplan. Colleagues. We are ready to listen to you. We don't have your sound. No sound, please.
Мне, чтобы запустить демонстрацию, надо, чтобы предыдущий участник ее выключил.
Будьте добры.
Будьте добры. Благодарю.
Thank you very much. And we do have questions to everyone. Well, and now you can hear and see me. Yes, you have 5 minutes. My name is Anastasia, and I am from Megaplant. We are doing the CRM system for effective company management. Just imagine that you are a manager or director with 10 people in a construction company, and you spend 6-7 hours for meetings, which is 7% of your working time. We did a survey of 100 of our clients to realize that about 50% of the tasks are not performed because they are just forgotten. You, as the director, sets the tasks and targets, but no one listens to you. And if you don't have a reminder system in the company, they very often forget to get in touch with their clients, so thus losing an opportunity to earn more. So Megaplant solves all those problems and helps you to control your company and the employees not to forget about their tasks in the company to increase their revenues. That's characteristic not only of a production company. Megaplant is a company to be in need for other companies with about 100 employees with business processes, those who exist. Please, can you relaunch your presentation because something went wrong. There are no slides. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, let's continue. So let's continue our story. You are managing your company for several years. You set a plan, set a task in the messenger. Then you have a table. Even you tried to introduce the ERP system, but it turned out to be very complicated, and you decided to reject it. And only Megaplan can collect all those functions in one place. Messengers, of course, are convenient, but there's no systematization of data in Excel tables. No protection of access rights. So Megaplan has both very simple interface, and unlike other CRM systems, only Megaplan has its own training center who will help you to do it. So we have a mobile app our clients are using actively. Now about the essence of the product. When you have a CRM Megaplan system, after the morning cup of coffee, you open it up to see who's doing what the status of every order, and you don't have to spend 2 hours for a meeting. Just 10 minutes, and all your company is controlled. So we exist for a long time in the market, and currently Megaplan was tested by 500,000 companies. We've for a long time been in the state register, and we are a participant of the program of Ministry of Digitalization for SME business. So any strong team has a very strong leader with we also have it. We have Sergei Kozlov, who came in 2012. So Megaplan CRM system, that means effective company management. Thank you very much, colleagues. You know that that's a nomination supervised by tax authorities. They have questions to you, and the list of jury members have only 2 department directors from tax authorities, and one of them is interested to find out, Diadok, more details about the value for the small business. What's the advantage against other market players? Can you just take 30 seconds to explain? Actually, we provide a single window, and the users don't have to automate because there's roaming and different other functionalities. The participants of SME businesses can use in single window in the framework of electronic document flow because it is convenient, it's comfortable. Thank you. Pavel Lobaznov, Head of Modernization of Tax Authorities. Continue to get interested from Counter Hotel. What is the peculiarity for small business? What would you answer to Pavel? Thank you very much. Similar answer. This moderates the processes in hotel management and electronic document flow in the framework of a single window. There are solutions provided by the room numbers and which allows you to exchange data on the booking platforms and in a single window counter hotels. Okay. My subsidies, tax authorities have questions to you too. Getting subsidies is just a part of a problem, but to report and account very often is more difficult. How did you take this into account in your apps? Thank you very much. A very good question. And I mentioned it briefly in my statement. All reporting forms for every taxpayer rubles, well, it's all very strict, and the platform allows, and that was a very quite a value for the entrepreneurs to sign off all those forms of reporting. We have this as subsidy gives grants to non-profit organizations in youth policy. If your event was good, related, for instance, to youth development in the city of Almatyevsk, and send a photo report, thus you get an opportunity to get assured that that did take place. And most importantly, we would like to go further. Tomorrow we will know that all those measures of support that would be of no application forms, so proactively, and the law allows us to do this experiment, and we do re-engineering quite seriously. So, and very important is to readjust your internal processes. That's a very difficult thing because we've gone this way, and I think that's the right way to go. Thank you.
СБИС.
Pavel Lobaznov, head of the Department of Modernization of Tax Authorities. How fast is your support? What is your SLA? Do you have any personal support? Of course, we are very proud of our free-of-charge technical support service, and you all know that Venture Company has the a big number of products, and so we don't want our clients to wait on the line, and you can do it free of charge, and you can do it from the program and personal account. Well, talking about the retail program, in every cashier can request support, and he will be always helped. Thank you very much, Megaplan. Tax authorities have questions to you. Is there any free of charge option for micro business? Yes, we have a 2 weeks version, and first they test it, and then they buy the full tariff they need. Thank you very much. No questions from tax authorities to you anymore. Okay, friends. Surprisingly, this long day is finished. Now the jury members of this nomination will start to vote quickly. You have only 5 minutes, because in 5 minutes we will start the ceremony of awarding and announcing the winners. Now, small technical break, and we are going to have 2 more colleagues of mine, and they will have envelopes with the answers to your questions. Thank you.
Коллеги, ну что, мы получили результаты
So,
голосования.
colleagues, we now have the results of the voting, and we are ready to announce. Anton Zubkov with me, Executive Director, Association Digital Energy, and he has an envelope in his hands with the name of the project, winner project, the best in energy, and Konstantin Margil, Manga Office Head of Sales, with the answer as to to who won the best IT solution for small business. And I also have several envelopes. Let's start with the nomination, which we had in the first block. We didn't have time for the first ceremony. Best IT solution for additional education. So here are the statuettes. We take care of them. We don't touch them with hands. We will package them and send them to you. One of the statuettes will go to the online platform uchi.ru. Congratulations.
Давайте посмотрим. Да, поаплодируем.
Let's applaud.
Вы старались. Что у нас с энергетикой?
So what about power sector? Best IT solution for energy. Let's look at the winner in the nomination. And so the winner here is let's congratulate the solution, which is called MTS platform to find commercial losses in electrical grids. Congratulations. Best IT solutions for comfortable, safe life. The next envelope is in my hands. Safety, of course, is important. And comfortable, and comfort also is priority number one. Let's open. I'm trying to do it quickly. Not that I'm intriguing. It's Communal Services Digital Office. Let's applaud.
Что же у вас в конверте?
So what's in your envelope? I have the best IT solution for SME business. Let's find out who the guys are. I am trying also to rush. Okay, so who's the winner? It's the Sbis company, system for the business, IT system for the business. Well, actually, the presentation was so brilliant and so clear-cut. And I do understand why the jury made this choice.
You know, we have two stages of assessment, and in this nomination by expert assessment, this project and another project had the same amount of points, but the charisma of the speaker allowed them to become winners. So this is the magical power of art, the best solution for smart cities.
Открываем.
Let's open it.
И читаем. С выражением.
Read it
Цифровой
carefully.
Двойник
Digital
города
twin
Москвы.
of the city of Moscow.
Аплодисменты.
Let's applaud.
Здоровье – наше все.
And now health. This is everything for us now. Indeed, the pandemic is bad. It is bad, but digital solutions for health accelerated, boosted, and we cannot go anywhere without them now. OnDoc is the winner. The applause to you. One of these prizes will go to you. And now I have in my hands an envelope saying the best IT solutions for transport. I will give you the name of the winner, and Dmitry Poplavukhin, Department Director for Digital Development of the Ministry of Transportation of Russia. The Mintrans is the curator of this nomination. We'll congratulate the winner. Dmitry is on Zoom with us. Dmitry, I'm opening the envelope. I know you're nervous. Yes, a little bit. We're all nervous. Digital platform data packs comprehensive solution for public transport and passenger mobility. Let's congratulate the winner. Yes, indeed, it's great to know that this company is the winner, because companies were all very interesting, solutions are interesting, we're working with them, but these are colleagues are really showing that digital solutions should be, first of all, focusing on people. And public transport, passenger mobility is the focus here. And it's great that these guys are the winners in this nomination. they've advanced a lot, but indeed the competition was tough. And as far as I remember, 51 company applied for this nomination, and this is great to be winners in this nomination. Congratulations to colleagues. This is so cool, and I'm sure that this will stimulate them for new interesting ideas and discoveries in IT for passengers, for us ordinary people, to find new solutions in this theme. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, actually, what I want to say is that the fight was, this was real competition. In small business IT solutions nomination was just one vote decided it all. We were here in the studio, and the last opinion of the jury member came and changed the winner. So what do you think about the projects? I didn't vote because they are all different, but I had a favorite, and they became winners. Today, this is a cool solution indeed. I've been working in IT development for many years now, and when we see such integrated platforms that comprise of many services and it works effectively, and this is really cool. What do you think about digital power, digital energy? Do you like it? It's for the first time that we have this nomination now. It's great that you have now the nomination. It is the first year for the nomination, and thank you very much to participants who showed their projects. I should say that all projects are very valuable and they're very interesting for the power sector. But I would like to focus on the winner. I was not a member of the jury, just moderated the session. And I want to say that despite the fact that colleagues focused on solutions for the business, for companies, I think these solutions will also be very relevant for end users, for all of us, as participants of this market. And that's why I want to congratulate colleagues, and I wish you successes in this area. Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you very much to the Association Digital Power for your support in organizing this nomination, in attracting the participants. That was great. Your experts, your specialists made huge work selecting projects at the initial stage, and you offered your expert assessment, and that's great. And I would like to say huge thank you very much to members of the jury from across the country, managers from across the country. So jury of 80 members. This is huge. Maybe more than that. Almost all regions are present here, and this is huge amount of work and patience and much attention. And I'm sure that this is not an exercise in futility. This is very important. Everyone needs that, developers and you, and in the platform of Digital Summit, you are meeting each other, and we hope that we're sure that these projects we're talking about today will grow and develop thanks to such meetings. Well, we are now for 20 minutes more online against our agenda, and we should say goodbye to everyone. Thank you very much to the technical team. You stayed with us the whole day. Great team. Director, operator, makeup artist, everyone who were with us today. Thank you very much. Thank you, and see you next year.